national prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help we may attain your just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, greetings to this honorable House. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation. As you would have noted, we've made some further adjustments to the Assembly, and I thought it most appropriate to extend my sincere appreciation for your cooperation and support as we continue to manage throughout this COVID time. Thank you. Speaker.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper HR 5A/1/13, House of Representatives Amendment Standing Orders 2021.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Yeah. Yes, Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to beg your indulgence since I was absent due to my illness in the last House meeting, to give me an opportunity to thank my supporters of Orange Walk North for their huge support and confidence in the November 11th elections, which brought us to government. I thank them. I thank all my supporters hugely. I also want to thank all of you who had me in your prayers, in your thoughts, in your well wishes while I was trudging through the COVID ordeal. I want to thank all my committee members, my campaigners, my team, my colleagues, my friends, my family. Thank you all. And I want to thank God for life. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 6/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2021. Number HR 7/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Finance and Audit Reform Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 8/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Public Contracts Commission Bill 2021.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Question to ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Mesopotamia.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Will the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, the member from Orange Walk Central, say what plan is in place to ensure COVID-19 unemployment relief fund and food assistance programs continue for as long as necessary?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would take it that my friend and colleague, the Honorable Member from Mesopotamia, is asking this question out of genuine concern for the good people out of Mesopotamia. But I have to say, I find it strange that you would ask this question so early in this, as their representative. I see that, Madam Speaker, because this kind of question kind of tempt me to ask the honorable member if he ever questioned his father or his uncle about COVID relief when they were on the other side of the house. But probably unlike us when we were on the other side, he did not have to ask, because even though he was not an elected representative, because him, like so many other UDP supporters, were allowed to distribute pantry in what will soon be revealed in yet another of those many shameful UDP scandals. When I was a member of the National Oversight Committee, I specifically requested and even presented a paper to the National Oversight Committee, a paper on about auditing the COVID relief funds. And of course, they said yes, they accepted my paper, and that there were going to be continuous audits and reporting to the National Oversight Committee. But in typical UDP fashion, no audit ever took place. But I need to tell our honorable members from the other side, this government will audit all of the COVID funds that have been spent by the previous government. And it is going to reveal some shameful acts of what happened during that time of crisis.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
The point of order is 37. I'd like to Section B, I'd like to elucidate on what the Prime Minister said about the previous Prime Minister and the previous Minister of Housing, and he's not answering my question. He's asked me a question. He's not answered my question at all. He has not even gone into any remotely close details to my question, but he asked me a question.
Member for Mesopotamia, I will check if Prime Minister will yield for elucidation. If not, afterwards you can elucidate. Prime Minister?
I know the honorable member is young and excited, you know, getting into the house. But if you look and learn a little bit, you don't make a fool of yourself. So just listen. I'm sorry, I got down that road.
On a
But
point of order.
the point is,
Prime Minister.
man, sit down now.
I have noted, and I'm asking the Prime Minister to proceed.
Saying that I'm
member.
making a fool of myself is not in keeping with the decorum of this House, Madam Speaker.
Member, let me remind all members in the House of parliamentary language. Prime Minister, you corrected yourself. I appreciate that. Can we please continue?
But if you were to just listen a little bit, you will see that I am answering your question. You will note that I have not mentioned the Prime Minister that he stole any money or your uncle. I said the UDP government. I did not name any person in particular. But I think it was your father when we like say what? The hardware ball or the hardware deadlift? As I was saying, Madam Speaker, you know what is most shameful? I think and a sinful thing is when you thief from poor people. Because that audit is going to reveal it. The honorable member from Belize Rural Central, the minister,
About the people getting unemployment.
Ma, could you just shut up for me? Let her finish.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, could you call the...
When there is a standing order, I believe it's 42, where when one member stands to speak, we really ought to be quiet. The question put is to ask about a plan in place to ensure the COVID-19 unemployment relief fund and food assistance program continues. Prime Minister, can you proceed in answering the question put?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To answer the question, I have to give some background information so that young Mr. Barrow could understand what they talk about. And not just ask questions without thinking. Think things through. You check? So let me finish. The honorable member, the Minister of Human Development just disclosed to me hundreds of thousands of dollars have been spent from that ministry that are unaccounted for. She just told me. So just all of that is going to come. It's going to come. Don't get too excited. What that audit is going to reveal, Madam Speaker, is that ministers were hooking up with their favorite vendors to fleece the pantry program, that they were giving out the food baskets to people, and well, there was what, Mickey Mouse and what, and Minnie Mouse. Some houses, you have 3-4 people in the same house, they get pantry. It will reveal that cronies and special friends that were given debit cards with thousands of dollars in money that was supposed to go to poor people, but went to UDP campaigners and their special friends. What is worst, however, is the fact that the money for food assistance was borrowed money, taxpayers' money, money that all of us will have to pay back. Monies that was supposed to be in this program to last until the end of March 2021.
SO 42, Prime Minister, can you please continue in answering the question?
So the point I'm trying to make is that, to the honorable member from Mesopotamia, that if the previous government did not squander the money and give it to the cronies and give it to children whenever deserve to get food pantry, and then hustle for the money, would I still have money for that program going all the way to March 2021. And then you never may have to make that question today. That's the point I'm trying for you to try to understand. They squander all of the money that when we got into government on November 11, all of the money that was supposed to be there for food assistance was gone, spent, all dispersed. They left the pantry broke. That's what you all did. Left it broke. Millions, tens of millions of dollars that should have lasted in March 2021, and you dare to ask more than question right now? Let me jump. I don't want to get too personal right now. I mean, the honorable gentleman should understand that despite all the money for the crew, despite all of that, that's why we don't bad spend up, we had to find another $7.9 million to keep this pantry now grocery bag program to go through until the end of this financial year. $7.9 million that we had to find because we're gone with all of the money. I know you dare to ask about what you do. But don't spend up all of the bloody, all of the money. As we speak, Madam Speaker, grocery bag supplies are rolling out. This week, grocery bags are being given out to thousands of needy Belizeans. And this will continue up to the end of March. The previous government, they bankrupted the unemployment assistance program and left the debit card program completely bankrupt. Lots of poor people were conned before the election. Then get in a debit card and tell you not vote for him, and we got the money in the bank for you. Then poor people up and down, they try to get money from the bank, and there was no money because they don't spend all of it. But despite all of that, they got the worst beating in history by the Belizean people. They sit through the antics on a con that they do from 2008. They finally sit through now. And that's why they vote all out. The poor people up and down, they try to get the money. Somebody come ask me, Mr. January, could you forgive me money? I have to tell you the truth. There was never any money to give you. They just give you the credit card, the debit card, make you vote for them. Next week, Madam Speaker, next week we'll start to roll out the Belize COVID-19 cash transfer program. I'll leave it, Lauren, I'll leave it. This program is being funded through the World Bank, and it will provide assistance for the next 6 months to about 21,000 households. 21,000 households. Madam Speaker, we are doing the best we can under the dire circumstances the UDP left this country. This is why we are happy to see the opening up of the Corozal Free Zone. This act alone is allowing about 800 families in Corozal to have food on the table at home. And we're opening up smart. We know we have to be careful. COVID is still here. So we're opening up smart with all the proper mask wearing protocols, the proper hygiene protocols, and with physical distancing. Check this out. I remember when we were in the National Oversight Committee and people are asking that they want to test. They tell you stay home, or you're only going to leak cough, or you're going to leak cold. We don't want to test you. If you don't test, you can't contain the spread. Because then people don't know if they have COVID. And the numbers started to go up from September. You see that number go up. That by the time we got into government, we had over 5,000 Belizeans infected with COVID. And we knew that what we had to do is follow the science and test and test and test and test. And by testing people, in 90 days we have brought down the infection rate to under 250 Belizeans.
I ask that we focus on the question.
Question, Madam Speaker. I have already said what has happened.
I do not need help from the other side, members. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have already said, I gave a background what has happened. I have already also said that we will start the COVID transfer fund that is going to for 20,000 plus Belizean families, and that will go on to the end of June. And I've said what we're doing to be able to control COVID so that people can go back to work. That's the important thing. I was one of the first that said we have to learn to live with COVID. We can't stay locked up all the time. We have to work. And that's what we're doing, and that is what this PUP government is all about. It is about putting people first and finding how we could create opportunities and jobs for the Belizean people. We have done what has to be done to be able to control COVID. We don't solve it, and we can't build on with ours. But we do the right thing. We listen to the doctors and the nurses, not the politicians. That's not our job. Now that we listen to the doctors and the nurses and the lab techs and everything, you see how we managed to bring it down? Prime Minister, we don't need to sit down in our room for 3 or 4 hours and then afterwards go for another 4 hours on TV. Let the doctors do that. Madam Speaker, where the UDP failed, we are making progress and starting to fix the problems and the mess that they created because of their greed, their corruption, and their incompetence. Madam Speaker, this PUP government is about the people, and we will do all that we can to assist all the Belizeans who have been suffering because of this COVID crisis and the UDP greed, incompetence, and corruption. We will do what it takes to continue to help people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is right when he says that I ask the question genuinely. We are in a state of
Is that a follow-up question, Madam
emergency.
Speaker?
We are in a state of
Honourable
emergency.
member, I have on my notes you have a second question. Are you doing the elucidation?
Madam Speaker, I'm doing
Are
the
you standing?
elucidation.
Can we quickly get
Yes.
through, please?
So the Prime Minister asked me about why I never asked the previous Prime Minister and the previous Minister of Housing. I was one of the most vocal lobbyists for the poor people
Madam Speaker, is
of
that a
Belize.
question? Is that a question?
The Prime
You can only
Minister,
ask a question,
the
Madam
difference
Speaker.
between
On a point of
the
order.
previous Prime Minister and this Prime Minister is a lack of accountability and transparency. You are not a dictator, sir. You have to account to the Belizean people how you are spending the money.
For
How you
Mesopotamia.
are spending the
Member
money.
for Mesopotamia.
And
Point
that
of
is the
order.
question that I asked.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Mesopotamia. Yes?
Please,
Member
Madam
for
Speaker.
Freetown.
The member has to appreciate that this is not a club in New York City. This is the House of Representatives. We have rules. And I refer,
No.
Madam Speaker, to Standing Order 21. You have no right to, unless the Speaker authorizes you to elucidate on a particular matter, you have no right to do so.
What is his point
Move
of
on
order?
to the next question.
What is his point of order?
His member for Mesopotamia. I gave the response that you can elucidate because you wanted to clarify a point. You have since clarified that point. I now have to balance that line when you go beyond your elucidation. I will now kindly ask you to move on to your second question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My second question is to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, the Honorable Member from Kayo South. Can you say when the construction and distribution of the 10,000 houses you promised in your administration's election manifesto, when will that actually begin?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I need to give a little bit of historical context, Madam Speaker, to be able to put reality in place in order to be able to answer the question. Member from Mesop, how dare you stand in this house with such level of arrogance? How dare you, when you are your uncle's nephew, the same uncle that was the past Minister of Housing, the same uncle that left this ministry with absolutely no assets, the same uncle that had no programs in place in the Ministry of Housing, the same uncle that spent over $40 million in 13 years with nothing to show for it, the same uncle that has immense amount of ghost workers being paid with no work being done. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you when you are
asking me a question?
father's
Madam
son?
Speaker is asking me a question. You're giving them very much leeway?
Madam Speaker, I am
You're
not
giving them a
yielding
lot of
to this
leniency.
arrogant
And I'm not
little boy.
giving any leniency
Member
to
from
elucidate.
Mesopotamia, what's your point of
Point
order?
of order is to be able to elucidate. He asked me a question. How dare I? How dare I ask the question?
He has to yield. The rules are that the member has to yield in order for you to elucidate. He has not.
And I have
Please.
not.
And I will hope that when you allow me to elucidate, you give
Madam
me the leniency
Speaker.
that you're giving them to give
Member
the
from
background.
Mesopotamia. This will not be a repeat of the last House meeting, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is Standing Order 38-4, Madam Speaker. The member, in answering the question, Madam Speaker, has insulted my colleague numerous times, including telling him that he has a height of arrogance, a level of arrogance, including comparing him to a former minister who he claims is a thief and a mismanager.
When there's a point of order,
whether or not that
one
is true,
second,
Madam
member,
Speaker, but the
please.
point, he
Leader
cannot
of
be
when
doing
there's
that.
there's a point of order, so you must sit, Minister. Please continue with your point of order so that I can make a ruling.
My point of order, Madam Speaker, is that it is clear in the Standing Orders 38-4 that the kind of language, I understand he's all fired up and worked up because he can't answer the question, but that does not give him
So your
any
point of
permission
order is
or
parliamentary
latitude.
language.
Sorry, Madam?
Your point of order is parliamentary language.
Absolutely, he should not be using those insulting, offensive, accusatory
Parliamentary language. Thank you. Members, I did not think I would have to do this again today, but I will so do. Please, everyone understands the passion on both sides. Let's refrain from using unparliamentary language. There must be, I am certain of it, on both sides, a way to convey our message without descending into that type of language. I will get back to, I have the floor. I will ask that the question put just be strictly answered, so we move on.
Speaker, just to try to be helpful, Madam.
I have ruled. Member, I have
understand that,
ruled.
but I have another point that I wish to make, Madam Speaker. Standing Order 43-2, for our sake, Madam Speaker, speaks about you rising to your feet so that the rest of us know that you are.
Yes,
and
I'm very
I would
aware.
like to suggest, Madam Speaker, that you do that so that we know
Yes,
when
I've
you don't want to be interrupted.
I've been practicing my exercises in time for this meeting based on the last one. Thank you, member. Minister of Infrastructure, please proceed and let's answer the question succinctly so that we can move on.
But it has to have historical context, Madam Speaker. For example, Madam Speaker, the reason that the housing program has not immediately started, one of the major reasons is because the past Prime Minister has us in debt of close to $4.2 billion. The reason that we can't jumpstart the housing program, Madam Speaker, is because the member from Mesopotamia's father, Madam Speaker, directed, managed, was in charge of the most corrupt government for 12 years, where there is corruption embedded in our system in every single ministry that at times we cannot even move. That's one of the reasons, Madam Speaker. So that's why I am saying, and I don't believe arrogance is anti-parliamentary language, and if it is, I need to know where that is defined. But he's also the brother of the Prince of Bel-Air that was given a job to manage BTL to the ground. Madam Speaker, I am giving you the reason why.
Point of order.
What's the point of order, Member
You
for
made a
Mesopotamia?
ruling, Madam Speaker, and your ruling was that he answered the question succinctly so that we can move on. Not the histrionics and the political theater. Answer the question.
Wait,
Yes,
Member for Mesopotamia. I am at the chair and I am the one that directs what needs to be done. I have asked that it be done succinctly. It is not the first time on either side historical context is given to elaborate on an answer or on a reference. I will ask again, Minister, to please, if we can, wrap up this question as we do have a third and we have not yet attended to the rest of the business of the day.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Historical context again. I investigated
Briefly.
in the western region of the country. Why is it that we can't build houses? Well, it is because of ex-ministers abusing their power to be able to acquire thousands of properties that were supposed to be given out to people. I wonder why I can't build houses in Belama when two ministers over there have worked out a deal that one of their friends can get 16 acres in the most densely populated area of the city. 26 acres. That is one of the reasons we have not been able to start looking at building houses in Belama.
On a point of order, 38.5. Again, the member is clearly imputing improper motive. But this is not strange behavior for him. He continues to disregard the standing orders, Madam Speaker.
I've noted that point of order.
Madam Speaker, all I have said is factual. I have not made up anything.
Absolutely not, Madam Speaker. And if he continues,
and who is the 26 acres in Belama being given out to? Ruben Blades, given out by the Minister of Lands there to your campaign manager.
I do not intend to be standing every minute today. While I'm very capable of doing it, I intend not to do it. I will ask that the question, Minister, be answered succinctly. I believe I've been generous with the historical context. Can we answer the question and move on to the third?
Thank you, Mama. History had to be mentioned. And people that have abused their time in history don't like it. But that doesn't mean that the truth shouldn't be told. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after the analysis of trying to find out where is it that we can possibly build homes for people on government land, with consultation with the Lands Department, it has been extremely difficult to identify Crown land in most of the constituencies. Orange Walk, for example, 1,600 acres went to one man who was a minister. So it makes the programming difficult. But in the meantime, Madam Speaker, what we have been doing, and the gentleman, I'm not sure if he's a gentleman, but the member from Mesopotamia.
No, I will, you don't, I've noted. Please let's not use tone like that. All members in this house are honorable. Please continue.
That's why I apologize for calling him a gentleman, because he's not honorable.
Member, we are going, member for Mesopotamia, Minister, I have a lot of patience. I do not want it to run out so quickly on this lovely Friday morning. But let's not do a backhanded way with some of these commentaries, shall we?
I accept what you say, Madam Speaker, and I respect it. I will continue.
Thank you.
So, to be able to do proper housing, Madam Speaker, one has to do proper planning. We are in the phase of planning, Madam Speaker. We did not have one single architect or engineer that we inherited under the Ministry of Housing. I have had to look at architects that were in the Ministry of Works and pull them across to be able to start the planning process to be able to get houses built. I can gladly report, Madam Speaker, that we have started that process, that 2 designs have already passed the design development phase, and they are now in the construction document phase, and they are in the process of getting bill of quantities prepared so that we can have a picture, a reality, numbers that we can present to Cabinet to see how we move forward. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, we have also been in contact with foreign lending institutions to see if the housing program is part of the portfolio that they would utilize to help Belize. I can gladly say, Madam Speaker, that with conversation with various lending institutions, they are now opening their doors when it pertains to housing because of the crisis that this country is facing under COVID and because the crisis, economical crisis that other countries are facing, Madam Speaker. We are also having conversations with the private sector in Belize, Madam Speaker, so we can look at possible private-public partnerships in how to get housing done. We are also speaking specifically to the private sector, Madam Speaker, so that when the houses that we do, which are social program type houses, do not compete with the private sector, we are looking at the private sector to see if we can approach the lending institutions domestically to see if we can achieve better rates so that we can have housing. So the reality is, Madam Speaker, our hands are tied by corruption in the past. Our hands are tied because there is minimal access to land because most of the viable lands for expansion of villages and towns have been gobbled up by past ministers and their side people, Madam Speaker. That is all a fact. And so when I mention arrogance, and arrogance is not unparliamentary, I mean it. You cannot come in this house with the level of arrogance, not understanding the reality on the ground.
Not for him to decide. On a point of order, you made a ruling that that is unparliamentary language. It is not for him to decide that. You are the chair.
Specific ruling wasn't on that specific word. That word, if you check the Hansard book of past parliaments, have been used on both sides. It is not something that we should encourage. There are other words in our vocabulary, as wide as it is, that we can use to express ourselves. Minister, are we wrapping up?
I won't use arrogance, Madam Speaker. I might use ignorance. Can that be used?
These words are not unparliamentary, members. These words perhaps should not be used. I will decide as we go throughout every proceeding how far we have descended on this road. Can we please wrap up this question as we go on?
That's why I asked you permission to use those words,
Yes.
Madam Speaker, and I do respect your position on it.
Thank you.
I'd like to leave this house with one thing. The honorable member from Mesopotamia has one experience that none of us have, especially the ones on the other side. I think he needs to give some advice to his members based on his experience so that they never end up having to go through that experience themselves, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, where is he going? You asked him to wrap up. You've given him great liberty for historical context.
Yes.
He's answered the question. Can move on.
Thank you, member. Minister, have we concluded?
I am trying my best, Madam Speaker, but this jailbird era up is keeping
No,
me back.
no,
Madam
I will
Speaker,
strike that.
Madam Speaker.
Members, I'm quite capable of recognizing, I'm very capable of recognizing when the line has been crossed. That will be struck from the records. Minister, I am imploring that you wrap up this question and we do not continue along this line.
Madam Speaker, the word that I use is also a fact. I am speaking facts.
Wasn't drug trafficker. At least I was a drug trafficker. I wasn't a member of
Member for Mesopotamia. When I stand, everybody goes quiet. That's the second time I've had to get to my feet. I find it embarrassing, not for me, but for the nation. In this house, we refer to each other as member of your respective constituency, nothing else. That is what we refer to each other as, or how we refer to each other. References that are unparliamentary, such as that one that was used, will be struck from the record. Minister, I will ask you one more time to please wrap up this question so we can proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I can use the word member. I cannot use the word honorable. I will leave it there.
Honorable member, I recognize the honorable member for Mesopotamia on your third question.
So, Mike,
Yes.
will the Minister of Home Affairs, the member from Caribbean Shores, say what is his plan as the Minister of Police and New Industries to decrease violent crime and increase the conviction rate for murder?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Permission to refer to my notes, Madam Speaker?
Sure.
There is an old saying in Chinese philosophy that a wise man points at the moon and the foolish man examines the finger. There are two things that we must factor in before we attack the issue of crime reduction in 2021. The first is we must face the truth that if the social scientific projection is right, the next wave of the COVID-19 pandemic will show itself in the form of criminal delinquency and socio-economic turbulence. The second is that no matter the size of the egos or the cluelessness of the past ministers holding the national security portfolio, crime reduction is not a ministry-specific portfolio. It requires a collective romancing of the Belizean people to let the law-abiding citizens know that they are in control and that we can do it together as a community. During a commander's meeting, as I shared my vision for the way forward, I was able to share with them that the twin forces of reform and innovation will brand every decision ahead. Everything is respected, but everything is equally in question. It is time to approach policing with radical and modern thinking that makes companies like Google and Apple great. We are not afraid to apply change, and that change will cause discomfort. But we are sure that it is only with innovation and technology that we can navigate policing through the surely rocky times ahead. We have the youngest cohort of minister, CEO, and commissioner of police in Belize's history. So we are confident that we can harness a new millennial energy while sourcing the inspiration of solid expert best practices. As time unfolds, I embrace this challenge with excitement. The young generation of Gen Zers navigate a world where innovation and technology are second nature, and it is time that we lose the fear and dive into what the innovation will do to bridge the human disappointment and doubt that has crippled crime fighting in Belize. Even though we hope to be criticized for aiming too high, our mission is one of balance. To be futuristic in our solution approach while applying the past wisdom of what works, but in new ways. I say without reservation that the approach to crime fighting employed before is too old for the task, too exclusive of the public and the stakeholder, too impersonal, and far too stiff. To get the job done, we must return back to the trust of the public in the process and the authority to reprogram our operating systems, to trust a new vision building on the good parts of what used to be done, but knowing that it is only with innovation, radical change, and new technologies of ideas and energies that we can beat the bad guys and romance the public to completely fall in love with us all over again. I want the nation to hear us. I want them to know that this government needs them, needs you, all hands on deck. The time will come when I will have to condemn the failures of what was done in the past administration. But today, I don't want to waste the first air lent to me by this nation without calling to the people, neighbors, families, loved ones, and communities of Belize. We can't talk about crime without recognizing the people, dead, hurt, crying, lost, or in pain. This administration has one thing the last UDP administration did not have. We have the confidence to know that we cannot win the fight without the people. Their loss is our loss, and their win is our win. We commit to doing our part and to be as bold as we are humane and insistent on seeing the human element in crime reduction. It will take all of us and all we got to put a dent in this. Statistics can be cold, and during a choking time of quarantine, coronavirus curfews, and political transitions, those statistics can even be misleading. The public servants who are police officers have been going at it, largely without effectively revolutionary ministerial directive, and the 24% dip in murders meant that 32 more Belizeans are alive than the year before. People are not percentages and excuses. We must approach the issue with the utmost honesty because the concerns in recent years from the Gale reports and interventions are that the true extent of violent crime, excluding murder, might not be fully represented in the figures. Fatherless daughters, crying mothers, angry teenage boys, families begging for justice, and no space to heal means we have to see people to solve this. We must decide to treat crime reduction as a public health issue rather than simply a police matter. Make it personal and have this dictate both the direction and the support. The public health approach in which the police work with those in health, education, religious and social work sectors to address the problem. The results are sure to be identifiable and more durable. We can, with excitement, tell the nation that within the next 2 weeks, we will be launching our national crime fighting strategy. The backbone of this strategy is new, bold, modern, and fully uploaded to the new technological world. The game changer is in the modernization and humanization of the change tools. This will make a big difference as we are excited to design the launch of our innovation and technology platforms. We look forward to boosting our forensic capacity, our video surveillance coverage, including body cams for officers, ankle monitors, face recognition cameras, as well as our domestic violence strategies, which as of recent saw the opening of a child-friendly space in San Ignacio at the police station with the assistance of UNICEF, as well as our confrontation of sex offenders and a modern sex offenders registry, and deportee register, injecting much needed reform and technology to the way we reform prisoners and parolees. We at the ministry have hit the ground running. Only a few days ago, we began, along with our partners at the U.S. Embassy, to deal with the issue of a bold witness protection program. We will push back against the intimidation and harm. We see this as a commitment to the people who stand on the right side. Decision-making in this millennium has digital and innovative tools. We refuse to continue to have Belize in the dark and our officers and the public handicapped. One interactive platform which we hope to take center stage is the Belize Crime Observatory. We were able, with the hard work of every police constable and every vigilant community across Belize, to keep the murder rate at the lowest it has been since 2013. It was no easy task, but the men in uniform and without uniform must be commended. As soon as we took office, we ensured that the Belize Crime Observatory joined the world community in celebrating World GIS Day. Geographic Information Systems, GIS, is a powerful weapon in the arsenal of intelligence analysts to support evidence-based decisions and policies. We are resolved to work as smart as we are resolved to work as hard. We intend to get the job done with less force and more brain. Intelligence-led investigation with the aim to fully charge the prevention aspect of crime fighting. The vision and plan is new. Some would say too lofty, but we are confident that there is no other way than to call everyone to the virtual chat room and to drive the results by innovation and technology. This will scare the conventional and it will confound the short-sighted, but we pray that for the sake of our future and our plans, missteps, successes, and endeavors will turn us around. There is a long walk back, but we have our smartwatches and the GPS apps with our hearts in the right place. So we are confident that we will walk back to safety and healing together as a nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Statement by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to give a report on the status of Bill, Belize Infrastructure Limited. Again, I have to give a little bit of historical context, but I will try to formulate it in the way that you are comfortable, Madam Speaker. Bill is a private company, fully owned by the government of Belize. It was designed specifically to spend the people's money without proper financial scrutiny, without the necessary checks and balances that most, if not all, the government departments should have. Madam Speaker, Bill was a vehicle used for the misappropriation of public monies without public scrutiny. Madam Speaker, what did we find? We found that over $100 million, because we have not been able to fully identify and certify all the expenses up to date. But as far as we have seen, $100 million has been spent through bill. 80% of the contracts awarded through bill were given to one specific contractor. That contractor, Madam Speaker, goes under the name of IE. But let's understand how this thing worked. There was an incestuous relationship going on, Madam Speaker. A partner, I'll paint the story so you can tell me if this is correct. A partner / employee of IE became the general manager of Bill after the general election. This general manager then, the first thing they did was to rent a luxurious office space in the building beside the offices of IE. And the building is also owned by them or their affiliates. So the first thing that this employee, Matalon building, we're looking at about $45,000 a year. So the first thing that the managing director did was rent from the person that they used to work for adjacent, like Malisa Saido, which are in the two offices. Miss Christy Maestre.
Members, when other persons are not here, let's try, if we can, to refrain from using other people's name. They clearly are not in the house to defend themselves.
But it's a fact, she's the general manager, and there has been only one general manager. So I can't really pick the order about him, Madam Speaker. So, the person was an employee partner. Government, in its wisdom, decides to create a vehicle that bypasses all accountability, puts this employee partner as the general manager. The first thing she does is rent from the person that she was a partner employee first, a luxurious office space at the Matalon building that either them IE or their affiliates, and the affiliates would only be their brothers, own. That's a fact. Subsequent to renting the office, then all of a sudden, all the contracts, not only the contracts of construction, but the design or the design bill or just the construction or maybe a partnership was awarded to the same company which she came from without the necessary financial scrutiny that is needed. We found out that there is also access to smart stream, that these two offices that are adjacent to each other have access to. Smart stream, in my opinion, and maybe the financial secretary can assist us a little bit more, is detailed, confidential, financial information that only the FOs should have access to, or certain financial officers. It should not be left where a contractor has access to it. Because then that contractor, through his agent, could have direct access into how government spends money and how money is flowed and the transaction of money. That was a scary revelation to us, Madam Speaker. Then we have conflicts of interest with people that supply the metal structure from lots of the buildings. They are the agents that supply these structures, and yet they hire them to be the supervisors of the same structures that they sell. We found out in one of the contracts that it really specifies that that should not happen, yet it did. We found out that the general manager made purchases, made decisions that could only be decisions that a board would give permission to do, or the Ministry of Finance would give permission to do. We have subsequently seen documentation of past board members that are not aware of major purchases being done by the general manager. But what was scary, and I would like the auditors, the GST, the Income Tax Department to be aware of, the Financial Intelligence Unit. We asked them for financials of this company. A letter was provided to us stating that they have financials for the year 2019 to 2020, but they saw it in their interest to purge, was the word used. My word would be destroy, but it's the same end result. They found it in their interest to purge and destroy all financials before 2019 because they said they didn't have space. Now, the laws of Belize are quite clear. Any private company should have their financials for the last 6 years. I think, I'm not an accountant, but I believe that that was also amended, Madam Speaker, where you have to go back now to 12 years. I'm not exactly sure if it's 6. I know it's 6 for sure, but I distinctly remember seeing some amendment that it goes to 12. But this private company decides that they want to burn it up, they use the word purge. Apart from that, Madam Speaker, we still can't get our hands on proper documentation for some of the projects that were done. We still can't get our hands on some of the contracts that were done. We still can't get our hands the full financial implications that how much this has cost Belize. But what have we done since we encountered these problems? With the knowledge and blessing and guidance from the cabinet, the Prime Minister appointed a new board for temporary time. The new board was given a directive. The new board has made certain decisions that cabinet has had no objections to. The new board has found it in the interest of the people of Belize to suspend all business activities that Bill is doing for the next 6 months. The new board of directors have decided that they will suspend the general manager upon a financial investigation of her action. The new board has appointed the CEOs from the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure Development and Housing to be the interim managers for the next 6 months to carry out what is necessary. The new board has been given a directive that an audit be done of all contracts and of the financial affairs of Bill itself. As I mentioned, Madam Speaker, and I'll repeat, we have a private company that was set up against the rules and regulations of how companies are supposed to be run, against all the financial regulations, against all the checks and balances. But I would like to remind everybody affiliated with any of the projects that once the audit is done, once the investigation is completed, if there is any criminal activity found, be aware that all proceeds of criminal activities can be considered money laundering. I'll repeat. If after the audit of the contract and all the operations of bill goes through the necessary legal procedures, and criminal activity is found to have been committed, all proceeds, profits, and monies derived from those criminal activities deposited in any bank, purchasing of any building, with those criminal proceeds can be considered money laundering. I am alerting all the financial institutions of this country, the FIU, the Income Tax Department, the GST. We spent over $100 million without proper oversight. The people of Belize deserve to know where that money went. So the mandate given to us is a little separate from what I would like to happen, but I am a team player. The mandate given to us is to wind up the operation. I would want to kill Bill. We need to kill Bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Belize. Good morning, good people of Pickstock. I rise to give a report on some audits done on the Border Management Authority or agency. Madam Speaker, the Border Management Agency currently manages 4 facilities: the northern border, the western border, Punta Gorda, and one in San Pedro. I have been advised that there should be one in Jalapé, but none was built. Madam Speaker, I have personally visited 3 of the 4 main facilities, and what I have seen, witnessed, and experienced is downright shameful and borders on criminal. Madam Speaker, like virtually every other government institution in our nation, the Border Management Agency was abused, misused, plundered, and left broken and bankrupt, both financially and institutionally, by the past administration. From discussions that I've had with my colleagues who are conducting similar exercises in their own ministries and departments, the destruction and pillaging of our institutions were widespread and became the MO of the past UDP administration. Madam Speaker, during their 12 years, 9 months, and 3 days reign, the UDP was just as destructive as COVID-19 has been on Belize and the Belizean people. In fact, without a shred of a doubt, in my mind, the past UDP administration will go down as the most corrupt and destructive in the history of Belize. What they did to our country is shameful and criminal, and many of them deserve to spend some time in Guantanamo Bay. So I'll spend a little time just to go into some of the details that we've found after the audits have been done at the BMA. The first problem is that from my investigations, this fellow here, Shrek, some Shrek, maybe the guys in the West, was the general manager of the Border Management Authority, some UDP crony. You want to see? Mr. Shrek operated without any accountability and transparency. In fact, the former accountant would sign blank checks, and Mr. Shrek would go on spending sprees like the money was his. In fact, I'd ask your permission just to read a letter from the former accountant to Mr. Schreck. Through this medium, I would like to inform you that I recall that one of the Board of Management Agency meetings, I brought up the scenario where open checks are issued to the general manager, and the board expressed that there is no great concern. The board is expressing that they have no great concern of blank checks going to Mr. Schreck. No great concern on their part, since you are the general manager. However, as accountant, I believe that for each month, all blank checks should be well reconciled sometime in the following month. Unfortunately, I can firmly report that due to the delay in receiving those vouchers issued by you, or in some instances sent to the Honorable Minister Manuel Heredia, are not received at my office on time. For instance, there are vouchers for the month of December that are still pending, and this means I cannot move forward with my workload. Just to tell you what they've been doing at the Board of Management. Also, Madam Speaker, we've done an independent audit, and I'll just read one line from the audit. There was a lack of oversight with the financial performance, including budgeting and reporting, when it came to strengthening revenue controls all across the border points. This was prevalent. This type of activity was prevalent throughout the Border Management Agency. I will now just share with the Belizean people and my colleagues in here some of how the monies were spent. Mr. Mike Gamis, $680,000. Mr. Sergio Nal, $642,000. Mr. Carlos Castro, $378,000. $200,000 which were spent on ACs. The AC almost burnt down the Western facility the other day. Mr. Juan Carlos Chilin, $466,000 for IT work. And I'll just share with you a report from the audit done from an IT expert. As a result, no one knows the originating points of the cables, with a couple of exceptions. Same applies for the network devices such as routers and switches. The routers and switches in the local network are not properly configured and are not documented. Hence, the team found 2 routers in the network located in 2 different buildings. Pretty much what the report is saying, all they did for IT work for $466,000 when Mr. Chulin was called was to plug out the system and plug it back in. That's all for $466,000. Huber Contreras, $473,000. This one big now. Mr. John Oliveira, over $1 million. Valentin Torres, $396,000. Mr. Efrain Gomez, $589,000. Madam Speaker, when the fleecing was finally over on November 11, 2020, the people who ran the Border Management Agency into the ground had blown $6.7 million of Social Security money and approximately $65 million in revenues that they generated over their period. They'd also been helped by government with $13 million to improve the infrastructure on the roads in the facilities. And according to a board member, within 6 months, those roads were broken. Madam Speaker, They also left close to $4 million in debt, with little revenues as a result of the borders being closed, and monthly expenses hovering over $200,000. I can assure you that the border management is virtually bankrupt. But Madam Speaker, I'm not here to cry today. I'm using this time in the Honorable House to educate the Belizean people about the plundering that took place at the Border Management Agency. I also want to assure the Belizean people that we will rebuild the institution stronger and better than ever before. I assure you that we will upgrade the facilities, and those facilities will be a beacon of greatness for years to come. I thank you for your time, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give a brief update on the pandemic. Madam Speaker, since we were last in this Honorable House, we have made great strides in controlling the spread of COVID in our beautiful country. These successes, Madam Speaker, have enabled us to modify some of our measures and allowed more flexibility to our citizens with regards to movement and commerce. We are not letting our guards down, Madam Speaker. The public health measures are still in effect, and the mandatory use of face masks and physical distancing are not only law, but are now ticketable offenses. We are serious about controlling this pandemic. For historical reference and comparison, Madam Speaker, the number of confirmed cases for the month of November 2020, when we took office, was 3,264. And for the month of January 2021, the number of confirmed cases was reduced to 1,050. The daily positivity rate in November 2020 was as high as 41.2%, falling to as low as 5.46 in late January 2021. Let me pause and congratulate all our frontline workers, Madam Speaker, the team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and particularly our current DHS, Dr. Melissa Diaz-Musa, who has been boldly and fearlessly leading the war against this pandemic. But most of all, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate the Belizean people. The people have shown maturity, responsibility, and most of all, Madam Speaker, they have shown that we are indeed our brother's keeper, and we are responsible for the health and well-being of one another. No longer is wearing a mask and physical distancing a taboo. It is now an indication of how much we care for one another. And on that note, Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to update this Honorable House on the status of the COVID-19 vaccines. The COVAX facility has advised us of the intended delivery of 100,800 doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine by the end of the first quarter of this year. This indicative distribution, Madam Speaker, is based on the estimated availability of vaccines from the manufacturers. On the 29th of January 2021, the European Medicines Agency, EMA, granted conditional marketing authorization for AstraZeneca vaccines to be used in European countries. The next awaited step is for the World Health Organization emergency use listing for the AstraZeneca vaccine. Apart from the COVAX facility, Madam Speaker, the CARICOM Secretariat has advised us of the opportunity to procure 81,697 doses of vaccines through the African Medical Supplies Platform. This is an opportunity offered to CARICOM member states, and we have expressed our interest to CARICOM through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, as well, I am pleased to report that today, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have indicated to the Russian Federal Republic our acceptance of a donation of 20,000 doses of the Sputnik 5 vaccine. And in this regard, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Her Excellency the Ambassador of Panama to Belize, Marta Boza, for helping us with these linkages. Madam Speaker, we will continue to source vaccines from manufacturing companies who can deliver safe and effective vaccines in a timely manner. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, Madam Speaker, along with the representatives from professional and business associations, trade unions, civil society organizations, health professionals from the private sector, the United Nations Agency, and the government ministries in Belize are working together for a successful vaccination campaign against COVID-19. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, in collaboration with the Attorney General's Ministry, is revising the Public Health Act to make the necessary amendments to facilitate the importation and use of the vaccine in Belize. The priority groups to be vaccinated, Madam Speaker, are healthcare workers from public and private health sector, followed by the elderly population and the population with risk factors. The complete details of the vaccination roadmap will be shared and publicized for the common good. Notwithstanding the progress we are making, the Ministry of Health and Wellness shall be using this time that we have in this lowering of numbers to prepare our medical institutions to confront a third wave. As you know, Madam Speaker, countries such as Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and recently Cuba have shut down to curb the spread of the pandemic. Madam Speaker, we at the Ministry of Health and Wellness are serious about safeguarding the health of our people. And in this regard, we look forward to retrofitting our medical facilities and rolling out of NHI to the rest of our country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move, whereas it is expedient to amend the standing orders of the House of Representatives to allow for the House to meet virtually in the interest of public health, public safety, national security, or public emergency, and to establish a joint public accounts committee comprising of members who support the government, members who do not support the government, and senators. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the amendment to the standing orders proposed in the draft statutory instrument annexed thereto, which is tabled as sessional paper number HR 5A-1-13, and the standing orders of the House shall be and are thereby amended accordingly. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, just please allow me a few words just to quickly explain what we are attempting to do here. On the first part of the amendment, as you rightly pointed out, because of COVID, it is very difficult to be able to have House meetings here in the House because we're in a small, cramped quarters. And many people ask, well, why don't you just meet virtually, use Zoom or Teams or whatever it is that you want to use? And we have to explain to them that the standing orders never envisioned for a day that you can hold House meetings virtually. This is something that's not new to Belize. It's been doing in some of the other countries, especially like in the Caribbean. And so basically we're not inventing the wheel. Basically we're just moving with the times and give you, Madam Speaker, and your staff the proper tools to decide how best we can hold house meetings and also I meant with the Senate safely and to protect each and every one of us instead of having all these glass or plexiglass around us and keeping our masks and doing everything possible to try to protect one another. The second part of the amendment, which is amending the Public Accounts Committee, which is now going to be called the Joint Public Accounts Committee, it is something that we have been clamoring for a long time. And we need to give credit to the honorable member from Kyle South, who for a long time, along with the former leader of the party, honorable member from Freetown, that they have been championing changing the composition of the Public Accounts Committee. For the public to understand, the Public Accounts Committee is the only committee that is chaired by the opposition. But then it is a committee made up of 6 members, and the opposition have the chair plus 1 person, and then you have 4 members from the government side. And whenever you want to do any kind of deep analysis or asking some hard questions, the government always frustrates the efforts of the opposition. The honorable member from Kayasol, who has been our member or chair for that committee for many years, will always tell you that whenever they want to present, for instance, they were talking about an audit, right? Yes, was an audit, and that was very damning to government. And whenever they want to discuss it, either the members from the government either did not show up or would vote it down and would not allow the committee to work. The only way we felt back then to allow this Public Accounts Committee to really do its work and to be able to hold the government to task and could be able to bring in ministers and ask them the hard questions and looking at government's expenditures is to change the composition. And the best way to do that is then to bring in almost like an independent referee to be able to join the committee. And it was felt that the best way to do that is then to invite the senators to join. But we don't want to bring senators from either the government side or the opposition, because then we're going to be doing the same thing. And it was felt that the best way we can achieve this goal, to have the Public Accounts Committee to could really do its job and hold the government accountable, is then to be able to invite the senators, the social partner senators, to join the Public Accounts Committee. So the amendment that we're doing today now is that we will allow then the 3 of the social partners, the senators and social partners, to be able to join this committee. Therefore then, it will mean that the government no longer has an outright majority to be able to control that committee or to frustrate the work of the committee. So that, in effect, what we are that is the goal. That is what we're trying to do. Well, not trying, but that is what we're doing today, to be able to amend, to be able to fulfill one of the promises that we made on our Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. And we'll be going even a step further, where we're saying that Public Accounts Committee meetings are going to be held public, that anybody can come and listen. I know in the time of COVID, you can't have big crowds. That is why then what we'll do is that we're going to air it. So you can put it up on social media, on television, on radio if somebody wants to air those meetings. But at the very least, we're going to stream those meetings so that anybody, anywhere in Belize, anywhere in the world, can tune in and to listen to what is happening in that committee. Madam Speaker, we have a long way to go to be able to meet the promises that we made to the Belizean people, that we have to find ways and creative ways on how we can stem and stamp out corruption, because we all know that the previous government, the UDP government, has come down in history as the most corrupt government we've ever had, and we will ever have. And I say ever have because we're going to make amendments to ensure that that kind of behavior never, ever happens again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, this motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet and also from all the members on this side. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move whereas Section 3.1 of the National Assembly Staff Act, Chapter 14, Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, establishes a National Assembly Staff Committee consisting of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, or in his or her absence, in this case her absence, the Deputy Speaker, 3 members of the House of Representatives, the President of the Senate, and 1 other member of the Senate nominated by the Senate, and 1 member of the staff of the National Assembly, or 1 other person who is not a member of staff of the National Assembly, nominated by the staff of the National Assembly. And whereas Section 3.1b of the National Assembly Staff Act, Chapter 14, Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, provides that the 3 members of the House of Representatives forming part of the National Assembly Staff Committee shall be nominated by the House. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House hereby nominate the Honorable Luis Alex Balona, the Honorable Jorge Espat, and the Honorable Tracy Panton to be members of the National Assembly Staff Committee. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
You move? Prime Minister, you move? Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the second reading of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 6, Bill 2021, be deferred to a further date. Madam Speaker, please allow me to explain why is it important for us to defer this bill. This bill has to do with the approving another $7.5 million to finish the Eleanor Hall building, the Eleanor Hall building contract. It seems that the construction, and just like the troubles that the Minister of, the Honourable Member from Cayo South has had to get to the bottom of the things in bill. Well, this also has to do with bill. And we are also having a lot of problems in trying to put the facts together. This construction of the proposed finance building was already bid for and accepted from February 14, 2019. And the contract was signed on March 15, 2019 between the government of Belize through Bill and the joint venture Medina's Construction and guess who? Anybody who guess? IE, exactly. And International Environments. Now please note, Madam Speaker, the original cost for this contract, or the original contract was for $12,697,392.65. I don't know how to get to the 65 cents, but even the 65 cents is collect. But then there was an addendum to the contract for variations, and the Minister of Infrastructure Development could tell you that variations is something that the former Ministry of Works love to use variations for everything. So there are variations under this contract which increased the sum to up to $14,547,186.06. At least I could have dropped it 6 cents, but even 6 cents and the collect. Now there's another contract in connection with the building for the direct purchase from some John Reed and Sons, a UK company, for the steel frame, roof and gutter system for the building, for the total sum of $5,521,406.26. This has already been paid in full. Other contracts associated with the project include an engineering and supervision contract with Professional and Engineering Services Limited for roughly $200,000, and a further contract with Bedinas and IE for $1.1 million for the car park. Contracts for adjacent roads, road works, drainage works, and sidewalks for almost $2.5 million with RJB Construction, and a small landscaping contract for less than $20,000 with the Blue Mountain Ranch. And boom, we have one building with our cost with $25 million. Start from $12.6 million, and now they want $25 million to finish the Eleanor Hall building. What is interesting or very important to note that in connection with government's expenditures to date on the building project, a total of
on a point of order, Madam
What's the
Speaker.
point of order?
The Prime Minister introduced this bill in the last House meeting, and he gave an explanation of why we needed to do this, supplementary number 6. And now, Madam Speaker, he's merely rising to defer it, but yet he's engaging in the debate, and I am afraid, Madam Speaker, that you will not give us a chance to counter what he has said today. We will have to wait for the debate. So he's now clearly anticipating the debate. He is the one who is saying he will defer it. So he should not put on this whole speech or debate.
Leader of Opposition, point well taken. The motion was to defer. I believe you're given context for the reasons for the deferral. Prime Minister, can we continue?
Madam Speaker, good try, Leader of the Opposition. But I need to explain why is it that I'm deferring this bill, Madam Speaker. So again, in connection with government's expenditure to date, and don't spend $17.15 million, which was transferred to bill, the infamous bill, in fiscal year 2019-2020, of which the vast majority was used towards the construction of the building. Now, only $5 million was approved in the financial year 2019-2020 General Appropriation Revenue Act. The remaining 12.15 million constitute unauthorized expenditures not yet submitted to the House for approval. In fiscal year 2020-2021, up to the end of December 2020, another $8.1 million was transferred to Bill. Again, most of it was used towards the building project. Similarly, only $5 million has been approved in the financial year 2020-2021 General Revenue Appropriation Act. The remaining $3.1 billion constitute additional unauthorized expenditures not yet submitted to this House for approval. I need to explain why are they deferring. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet feels that we have an obligation to investigate what has happened here. Do we have value for money? Why is it? Why is it that the former Prime Minister approved monies without the approval of the National Assembly, knowing full well that this is in contravention of the Finance and Audit Reform Act? An act, did I point out, that he amended, I think it's around 2009, 2010, he amended that act to make his very action that he has done a criminal action. Why did he do that? He changed the act, not UP, making spending unauthorized money a criminal act, and here he has been doing it on the bill. Why is it that in almost all of the contracts that Belize Infrastructure Limited issued, the name of IE, International Contractors, International Environment, appears? What, 80%? Yeah, about 80% of the contracts that Bill issued, IE, somewhere there, they hand in the cookie jar. But then two hand in the cookie jar. What is this special relationship? And the member from Kyle South call it an incestuous relationship. And I'll try to find another word. I kind of want to repeat the same word that they use. And they come with chummy, inseparable, intimate, but none of them describe it best than the word that you use, Minister of Infrastructure Development. This incestuous relationship between Bill and IE. Madam Speaker, we, and certainly me, I don't have any issue with Medina's construction. They are a reputable construction company.
Prime Minister, are we debating or anticipating?
I am presenting the facts as to why is it that we withdrew.
We're going to defer the bill.
Sorry, why we're deferring. That's all I'm doing right now. If they want to debate it, then please be my guest. But what I'm trying to point out, why is it that we're deferring it? We just can't come and approve another $7.5 billion without knowing the facts. We need to know what happened. And that is why this government, the cabinet, decided to suspend the contract, the entire contract, pending an investigation. We will be asking the Public Contracts Commission, which we are going to debate later on and pass and put into law, that will be working with the Contractor General, to investigate the Eleanor Hall building contract. We have to ensure that we are getting value for money. And if not, we are going to hold the people behind this responsible. We have an obligation. No, we have a moral obligation to find out how a contract that started out with $12,697,392.65 is now costing the Belizean taxpayers, at a time when they left us next to bankrupt, $25 million. How is it that this building expensive high-end hotels. I'm told it costs probably about $250 a square foot. This office building is going to cost the Belizean people $431.65 per square feet. Madam Speaker, we need answers. That is why we are deferring this motion. Thank you. This bill, Madam Speaker.
Thus, the question is that the second reading of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021, number 6 Bill 2021 be deferred to a further date. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the establishment of a contingencies fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned at the previous House meeting, this is the first time that any government is taking these steps to provide for a contingencies fund. The contingencies fund simply is what it says, is to have money set aside should there be an emergency, like for instance, when we had the excessive floodings from Hurricanes Eta and Iota, that we would be able to use those funds legally to quickly go and fix the roads and the bridges and help people that have been flooded out, whilst we come to the House to be able to pass another appropriation bill. It is something whose time has come a long time ago and has never been done. And again, under Plan Belize, we promised that we are going to set up a contingencies fund in the budget so that we can continue to spend the people's money transparently, and be with accountability and legally. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette.
Madam Speaker, a few minutes ago, the Prime Minister rose to defer that supplementary appropriation. And of course, on several occasions in his presentation, he veered off and spoke about the Finance and Audit Act. And so I think it is fair game, Madam Speaker, since we are now talking about amending this act, to comment on what he seems to be attempting to do with deferring that bill.
We're on the debate for the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill.
No, I'm sorry, I thought the Prime Minister said the Finance and Audit. Is that not what you spoke about just now?
No, it's the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill.
He said Finance and Audit, Madam Speaker. Please.
My papers in front of me refer to amending the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize.
Well, the Prime Minister read the wrong thing, Madam Speaker. So, which is it, Madam Speaker?
Which is on the Central Bank Amendment Bill. That's the.
But even the remarks that the Prime Minister gave, the explanatory
Madam Speaker, yes,
position was on a different bill.
Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is right. I jumped into talking about the amending the contingencies bill when actually we're supposed to be talking about the Central Bank Act of Belize. So you are right. Sorry, it's correct? Okay.
We are referring to members. The debate is on the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill, which does involve the matter of a contingencies fund. Are we all clear on that? We are not debating the Finance and Audit Reform Act. That is not up for debate. What is also not up for debate is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2020-2021.
Madam Speaker, if that is the case, then maybe the Prime Minister wants a shot at giving his explanation as to why the Central Bank bill is forthcoming.
Allow me 1 second, member, to get some clarification from clerk.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if
Yes.
Madam Speaker, yes, what
Senator.
I read on the act to amend the central bank, I read the Finance and Audit Reform Act. Actually, it was a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank Act, the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances, and to provide for matters there connected and therewith or incidental to. It is also providing, and that's why I think that's what caused the confusion, creating funds for emergencies. And so you are right, but at the same time, it is also creating the same thing what we're doing for the budget in setting up the contingency fund. What we want to do this time around is to give the Central Bank of Belize the opportunity that during extraordinary times like now, they can have access to a pool of money to be able to provide funding during difficult times like right now. Now, the bill seeks to empower the central bank to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances. Right now, we have a few hundreds of millions of dollars right now where people can't pay simply because they're not working, their hotels are not operating, businesses are closing down. Now, we know that if all of these people were to default at the same time, it is going to create a massive financial problem for the system, for our country. So we are making these amendments, but whilst we're allowing the central bank to be able to do this, their powers will be checked in such a manner that is drafted by the bill, and as such, programs or facilities that will be subject to prudential standards to be set forth in the bill, and would not be able to be implemented without the approval of the Central Bank Board and the Minister of Finance. So it's not like you can have Central Bank just going off on their own. They have to be working, one, with the board and also with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that everybody is moving on the same direction. In effect, Madam Speaker, by way of explanation, what we're trying to do right here is to make money cheaper. As I mentioned the last time around, we're seeing a strange thing happening right now in the financial system. Liquidity is increasing, and you'd believe then that the interest rates are going down, but the interest rates are going up. And that's not going to help people that haven't been able to pay their loans. So by making these changes, then it would allow the central bank then to be able to make monies available, cheaper money, to the businesses who, through no fault of theirs, are in dire straits. So I want to make it clear, this is no money whereby you are a friend with a friend of the minister or the government or anything, and you could go and borrow money. It's not with that. It is just doing with companies that will produce foreign currency and jobs, and that they can demonstrate that they were a viable company before COVID-19, and that now, because through no fault of theirs, they're at the verge or at the brink of bankruptcy. Now, what we are going to do as a government, that we are going to put a $10 million seed money from central government and put it in that fund with the central bank, and hoping that the central bank then can raise another $40 million, which then would come up with at least $50 million that will be able to assist governments, companies that help produce US dollars and jobs in agriculture, BPOs, and tourism. This is not free money. This is not money for go buy one car, one fancy car. This is to invest in the productive sector. That is why we're trying to provide more tools to the central bank. We will be also in the Committee of the Whole, Madam Speaker, proposing another amendment to the central bank bill, which is we have to increase the overdraft facility from 8.5% to 12%. And why is it that we're doing that? Well, the overdraft that the government has at the central bank is based on the revenues that the government collected the previous year. So this 8.5% that they have was based on the revenues that collected between 2019 and 2020. Now we know that the revenues from 2020 to 2021 has contracted for government by over $300 million. We are going to collect a little over 800 million. And if we want to be able to keep within the law and to keep within what the approved overdraft standard, the approved amount that the government has already spent, then we will have to increase the percentage, and we're increasing it to 12%. That's all we're trying to do to be able to keep within the range of monies that the overdraft has already been increased. Because if we don't do that, then we're going to be bursting the limit of the overdraft. Madam Speaker, again, this is simply trying to find new and innovative ways in trying to help the private sector, the productive sector, during a difficult time, and also for the government to be able to stay within the range of monies that they've been using in the overdraft facility at the central bank. And I hope that both sides of this House will be able to support these amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition and Member for Colette, and I thank you, Leader of Opposition, for your patience in us clearing up that mix-up just now. We are on the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill. My notes does have that we go on the Finance and Audit Reform Amendment Bill following.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was just merely trying to ensure that the Prime Minister could give his explanation before the central bank bill was done, and that has been accomplished. Thank you. Madam Speaker, every student of economics, very early on, even in high school now we teach economics, and you learn of the role of the central bank. And the most important role of the central bank is to regulate. That is the main function of the central bank. And when that function is called into question or diminished, and maybe the best way to put it is that the banking world is a game, and you have players and referees. The regulator is the referee, and the regulator is watching what is going on. But when the referee, Madam Speaker, gets in the game, if it's football we're talking about and the regulator starts to kick the ball, we have problems. When the referee starts to play, we have difficulty. And that, Madam Speaker, in very layman's terms, is what this bill seeks to do, and that's the concern that we would have. Madam Speaker, the bill proposes a section 67 and 68, and as the Prime Minister mentioned, this creates the ability for the central bank to create programs and facilities. As section 67(2) reads, the programs or facilities that may be established under subsection 1 include, and they list, the purchase of financial assets, including debt or equity instruments or other securities from any participant in any program or facility, the granting of credit facilities to any participant in any program or facility, or the discounting of notes, drafts, bills of exchange, and securities for any participant in any program. In effect, Madam Speaker, this is the central bank getting into the game. We expect that when there are exigent situations, that those in the banking sector will try to make a move to make things easier. But that, Madam Speaker, is the job of the private sector, the commercial banks that are in the game. And when it is, we propose this kind of thing, it is the central bank getting into a realm that it does not belong in. So that is one of our first complaints. The Prime Minister just now, Madam Speaker, said it's not going to be the kind of thing where anybody can go in and borrow. You have to be a reputable company. Well, why not, Madam Speaker? Why not create the kind of mechanism? And if you want an example of what can be done, you pay keen attention. Your members earlier were speaking about the former Prime Minister. What would the former Prime Minister do in a case like this? There is an example. He created, Madam Speaker, a national bank where the government's funds could be put in, and these kinds of intervention programs could be done. So if the Prime Minister has money to interject, that's a way that it could be done, and we can keep the regulators separate from those who ought to be regulated. It's as simple as that, Madam Speaker. The other difficulty we have with what you're proposing, Mr. Minister of Finance, is that, and this is what baffles me, and you remember, Madam Speaker, that they spent a good part of the last House meeting. In fact, we hear it even now. They pontificate about good governance, and you will see it in several of these bills that we are debating today, where, as I said in the last House meeting when they presented that good governance motion, that it was mere talk. It was not that we did not support good governance, but good governance and the People's United Party simply do not go together. It is oxymoronic. One of the principles, the pillars, if you will, Madam Speaker, of their good governance platform, I have a copy here. It's not worth the paper it is printing on, but it's not only that. As I said, they had the Governor General saying, everybody for win, and then they brought a motion here, put it in print again and print, and it's nonsense if you're not serious about good governance. And their bill today, Madam Speaker, does just that. Let's look at one of those pillars. Removing ministerial interference. And then what does Section 5 of the same Section 67 says? 67.5, sorry. It says the board shall not establish any emergency program, and the Prime Minister in his explanation just now alluded to that. He said, the board shall not establish any emergency program or facility under the section without the prior approval of the Minister. Now, when he explained just now, Madam Speaker, he made you believe that the central bank somehow operates separate from the board of the central bank. Well, I can't understand how that is the case. Central bank is controlled by the board. But they're saying in this section, this section 5, Madam Speaker, that any of these programs which are designed according to him, according to them, to assist companies, as he put it, not individuals, not a slush fund, as he put it. This is the central bank getting involved directly with assisting companies, but any of those projects that they put forward first needs to be approved by the Minister. It's a slap in the face to everything that they proclaimed in that motion, especially having to do with ministerial authority. We will see again, as I've said, Madam Speaker, other areas today in these bills that they are proposing where that is the case. Why give the power to the Minister to determine what programs the central bank will run if this is genuinely your issue of trying to help to solve the financial crunch that we're going through? Why not allow the central bank board? And this is a concern that we see even when we try to give full authority to the central bank. What we see happening in the banking system many a times, Madam Speaker, is that the central bank and its board, when I speak of them as one and the same, the central bank, responding more to what the commercial banks are proposing, and we saw this last year as they prepared to try to assist their customers with the crunch that was happening. The commercial banks wanted to do something, and the central bank assisted in putting that together, but they should have the authority, if that's the case, to make these suggestions and to do more on their own without being tugged along by the commercial banks, and certainly completely independent of the Minister of Finance, because that is completely what we don't want to see happen. If we cannot see a clear distinction between the central government and the government of Belize, then there is a problem. And then, Madam Speaker, there is this new amendment that is being proposed. Let's see, they say it should come in the committee of the whole because it did not meet its way to the standing committee that dealt with this bill. I think we met on Wednesday. But as the Prime Minister explained, and of course he appeals for bipartisan support on this matter, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry again, the difficulty we would have with this, because the measures that he proposes, lowering the threshold rate and also doing away with the time frame for repayment, that's what will be accomplished by this amendment. And for a government, and again, they can come in as much sheep's clothing as they want to don, but it is the same corrupted People's United Party that is in government again, and the Belizean people are seeing this. So when the Prime Minister is now saying, please allow us to make this amendment that is going to allow us not to pay in the scheduled time, the overdraft as you put it, give it an additional amount of time beyond, because I think, allow me, Madam Speaker, to just reference my notes quickly. The mask doesn't allow me to get into my phone as quickly as I would want to. But when he makes this kind of shift, whereas before we used to have those outstanding advances at the end of the financial year be repaid no later than 3 months. This is what the amendment changes. It can now be stretched out. So there is no financial accountability. They will stretch this out, and knowing the People's United Party, Madam Speaker, it will eventually end us up in further financial issues. So I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, from our end, it is very difficult to support this, understanding fully well that we are in a financial crunch and that the government needs to be creative in order to try to find ways of getting us out. But let us use the mechanisms as they are established and use them properly. Let us not have the referee play the game. And let us not put trust in politicians, but especially not the People's United Party, who have demonstrated repeatedly that they don't stand for good governance, despite all of this rhetoric that we hear now going on and on and on from them. So from our end, Madam Speaker, we cannot support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to associate my comments with that of the leader of the opposition. It appears to me that the proposed amendments, and while we do understand the absolute importance of finding creative and innovative ways to put more liquidity in the system, that the amendment seems to chip away at the already weak autonomy of the Central Bank of Belize. And more it is appearing that the central bank is becoming merely a functionary of the Ministry of Finance, and I think we want to guard against that, Madam Speaker, if we are going to achieve the objectives stated in the amendment bill. The lines are indeed blurred, and the central bank should be and should continue to be the regulator. I do not believe, Madam Speaker, it would be prudent for the bank to get involved in the market. And as the leader of the opposition rightly points out, there's a vehicle for that, the National Bank of Belize, if that becomes necessary. But the relationship that the central bank has always maintained with the financial institutions and the commercial banks allows for that kind of cooperation. And so I would like us to be very mindful of how we proceed as it relates to diluting the independence and the autonomy of the central bank, as well as creating the enabling environment, Madam Speaker, for the bank to become a player in the market. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Dangriga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. And this is a teachable moment, Madam Speaker. And I am pleased to share some of my knowledge, and I'm hoping to do so in as humble a way as possible, so that our colleagues on the other side could maybe learn a little bit of economics. But before I do that, Madam Speaker, I want to commend Prime Minister Briceño and Minister Koi for putting together really a truly innovative bill that has the promise to move our country forward and assist the people who need it most. And before I talk about a little bit about economics, let me maybe make the connection for our Belizean public, the people who might think that this conversation is highfalutin and is of a high level that the person on the ground cannot understand. So if you'll allow me, Madam Speaker, I just want to, in support of this bill, give some pointers that the people on the ground could understand. First of all, it's a bill that is very targeted. It is targeted primarily to entities and sectors of our economy who are going to be earning foreign exchange, and certainly the connection is as follows. When we will see entities, for example, in tourism and agriculture benefiting significantly from the passage of this bill. But this is what happens. As Prime Minister mentioned earlier, this will assist tremendously in reducing the costs of operations of many of the businesses that are suffering deeply because of COVID-19 pandemic, the impact on the economy, and also the recession that we were already in before COVID. So as costs go down, they are able then to increase their production. And at the same time, part of increasing their production, Madam Speaker, means that they will be able to increase employment. And as we know, many of our people across the country are suffering right now from unemployment or underemployment. This will give them an opportunity to go back into the workplace and earn the necessary income to take care of their families and the needs that they have. Again, it's targeted so that we can increase our foreign exchange. Increasing our foreign exchange means that we strengthen our Belize dollar. And that's very important as we go forward, recovering from both the COVID pandemic and the previous UDP administration pandemic that we had for 12.5 years. This leads then to the stabilization of our economy, and in fact that is something that is very important for this new PUP administration led by Prime Minister Briceño. But let me make some comments with reference to what was just said by our colleagues on the other side. It might require leader of the opposition a little more than Economics 101, probably to comprehend what is happening here. And I am happy to share a little bit with you. You see, this is not something that is novel to us. If you go and do a little research, you will find that the United States Federal Reserve has in fact done very similar measures as the United States Congress has passed laws, particularly when you have unusual and exigent economic, financial, and systemic circumstances as we face today. And these are usually cases that are clear. For example, the 2008 Great Recession was one of the times in which this was done. And now again, because of the pandemic, it has also been done, where the central bank, in the case of the United States, the Federal Reserve, has been able to lend directly into the private sector, of course utilizing the financial structure to be able to do so. And so it is not a case of the referee, as was alluded to, taking one side or the other in the game. On the contrary, it is a situation where the game has stopped. There has been a tornado inside of the football field, and now the referee must get up and try and help the players to stand up again, or they get injured. So in this case, if the referee doesn't do something to help, the referee becomes a part of the problem. And this is what we're doing here. It requires, by the way, this is not Economics 101. This would be a course in public sector finance that you would take in your 4th year, right? A 400 level course where you learn about monetary policy, or an international economics course where you will learn about these types of instruments that and methods in which the central bank can intervene in the economy in a positive way, so as to make sure that you get your economy back on track. And that is what is happening. With respect to the overdraft, it's very simple math, you know. This one now is not Econ 101. This is arithmetic that you would take in Infant 1 or Infant 2. It says, for example, let me round it down. Let us say that government's revenue was $100 million, right? And you have an 8.5% rule that says that that is the maximum that you can have in overdraft. Well, that would translate to $8.5 million. These are not real numbers, Madam Speaker. I'm breaking it down, as you might find when you go to one of our very nice primary schools and teacher is explaining things, right? So that means that if all of a sudden now your revenues drop to 50 million, half, right? That if you were to keep your overdraft, it would mean only 4.25 million that you can have, right? But the scenario is that you have 8.5 million, so you're out of the rules. You're violating the rules if you continue to do that. So what is happening here is that is being corrected by increasing the threshold so that you can get back to the level that is allowable. That's all that is being done. There is nothing sinister about it. It is just using very basic arithmetic to correct a problem. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to share this with our colleagues from the other side, and I certainly give 100% support to this bill. Thank you.
I recognize member for Orange Walk East.
I rise to give my support to this very important bill, and I will be very brief. This bill basically, Madam Speaker, is seeking to create a new monetary policy tool that the central bank can now use to assist in the economic recovery process. This bill, Madam Speaker, will create the ability of the central bank to inject through special programs and facilitate cheap liquidity into the system on a targeted basis. You see, Madam Speaker, on the other side, they may want to say that the system is already liquid. But as the Prime Minister rightly pointed out, from a practical standpoint, it is not liquid if it is only available at higher cost. What businesses need in this country at this time is cheap liquidity. We need to ensure that business can function, that there's access. So Madam Speaker, I listened to the leader of the opposition earlier on this, when he got up to speak on his opposition to this bill, talking about good governance. I think I need to remind the members of the other side of the House that on November 11th, the people of this country voted out the UDP because of the level of bad governance that was leading this country. This bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to move this economic, build up this economic situation we are facing right now. And I fully support the Prime Minister and in the Ministry of Finance to ensure that we can move this country forward. Thank you.
I recognize member for Belize Rural South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. I rise also in support of this amendment bill that is being passed, and I want to congratulate our Prime Minister. And I am actually excited that such a bill is being passed so early in less than 100 days. And I want to rise in support and also to bring across the other side. And I want to refer to what the member from Colette mentioned, that he was trying to caution the nation that be careful that the central bank is not getting involved and trying to get into the race with the private financial institutions. However, everything that we read right here is simply what we are trying to pass is regulations that is going to tighten up in terms of how the banking policies are being carried out in this country. And we can debate in all details, but in parliamentary parlance, I believe it is important that we owe a responsibility to our people who are listening, who are feeling the pinch, who are literally cannot pay their bills, many businesses going down. And I'm talking not only from my area, from Belize Rural South, but across the nation in the tourism sector, as well as the agriculture sector and other different sectors that involve the economy. What we are seeing here is basically just some good, prudent monetary policies being passed across. And this is where I want to make it clear to many people when they ask you this question, when they come and says, Mr. Paris, what is really, everybody likes saying PUP and UDP being the same thing, both political parties being the same. But here clearly is where we differ fundamentally. And I'm hoping that the member from Colette or his party may not be singing the tunes of just the private financial institutions. What we from this side, we from the People's United Party, and this is where I subscribe to this philosophy, that we must cater towards our people, that they must have access to money. I have always, it's been so irritating every time in the previous years that you refer to poor programs. These sort of things is what just leaves people down to the bottom, where the poor, I hate using those words, but really with this right now, access to cheap money, as the Prime Minister says, but better rates so that our people can receive the funds faster. Right now, the liquidity, the money is stuck in the banks in excess of $300 million. You can sit down and watch it rack up. And all of these programs that we're doing in assisting people, giving poverty alleviation, is just going back right back into the bank. And we're engaging in just a vicious cycle where the funds just go back and stuck again in the bank and leave everybody with nobody, with nothing in their hands, only to pay bills, struggling to pay bills. This motion, this bill that is being passed right now, I support it because what it will do is for people to really ignite back this economy, not only in tourism, but really in agriculture and everything else. So this is a clear thing that I'm hoping that this is not really where the central bank is getting involved in here, but rather to just tweak it out and to just make adjustments so that the regulations can be put in place and the banks will be able to allow easily and less red tape and let the money out and let's kickstart this economy. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd like to associate myself with the position of the Leader of the Opposition and my colleague from Albert that we cannot support this bill because I understand the member from Dangriga is a PhD and a doctorate, but I don't know him to be a banker. And the role that the member from Belize Rural South just described is not the role of the central bank. The central bank is a regulator. The central bank should not play in the market. When the players are hurt, the referee should not go and take care of any of the players. That is for the coaches and the teams to do. So we have to allow the commercial banks to do their job, and it's very dangerous when the central bank, who is to regulate the commercial bank, now takes part in commercial banking activities. Furthermore, I heard the Prime Minister say the other day that the central bank is an autonomous body when he was asked about a certain approval that the central bank gave. And when you look at their good governance platform, again, I cannot support this bill because they're looking to take away that autonomy from the central bank by giving ministerial discretion in order to deal with the things that they claim to treat. So for that, I cannot support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Toledo West. No? I thought you had your own.
Thank you.
It's Toledo West member.
Madam Speaker, I yield to member from Freetown.
Noted. Member for Freetown.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I'll be very, very brief, Madam Speaker. I rise in full support of this bill. And it's shocking to me, Madam Speaker, to see the absolute lack of understanding and knowledge on the other side of the House. We have the Leader of the Opposition who served as Deputy Prime Minister for, I believe, a decade or maybe less, certainly for several years. And the member for Albert was the Minister for Trade and Investment. Yet they seem to have a complete lack of understanding as it relates to the role of the Central Bank of Belize, and an absolutely lack of understanding as it relates to what this amendment bill is proposing to do. But just for clarity, so that the Belizean people are not confused, you can just take a very quick look at the Central Bank website, and it states there the mission of the Central Bank is fostering monetary stability that promotes the growth of the economy of Belize. That's the mission of the Central Bank. And if you read a little further on, it sets out the role and objectives of the Central Bank. And I'll just read them very quickly. Provide economic advice to the government of Belize. provide banking services to the government of Belize, issuing monetary notes and coins, buying and selling foreign exchange, managing Belize's foreign reserves, acting as a fiscal agent to the government of Belize. Importantly, facilitating securities market transactions. That's a stated objective of the Central Bank of Belize. Administering monetary policy. And finally, the last one, very important, the only one they seem to know, supervising and regulating the financial system. That is the last one. Very important, but it is the last one. So, Madam Speaker, as all of my colleagues have said, as the Prime Minister pointed out, this bill is about, it's about creating new monetary policy tools for the Central Bank of Belize to assist the government of Belize to create these facilities, such as, for example, we could, for example, create an agricultural credit facility or a tourism credit facility, because we know that these sectors of the economy are critically important to the bounce back of the Belizean economy. And what we need to do as a responsible government is to ensure that we can inject finances into these sectors. And this is one of the creative, innovative, fast ways of getting that done. So it's all about jump-starting the economy, Madam Speaker. And as the Prime Minister pointed out, government intends to jump-start it with some seed capital, and the objective is to try and raise some additional funds, which will form a pool of money available for these purposes, available to the productive sector, available for us to stimulate the economy during this very, very serious financial crisis we're facing, brought on, as my colleagues have rightly pointed out, not only by COVID, but by 12 years of waste, abuse, and corruption. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of this amendment bill that is before us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by saying that it always amazes me to see the hypocrisy of the UDP on the other side, none other than the leader of the opposition and his members standing up in this house and crying, where are the jobs? Where are the houses? Where is the food pantry? So I want to say to them, Madam Speaker, how do you expect that this government is going to deliver the goods and services when you have left this economy in a battered state, Madam Speaker? The hypocrisy of them. They very well know that they were the engineers of this failed economy, Madam Speaker. 12 long years, as my colleagues have said. What did they do to grow this economy? And I believe that it is important for the Belizean people to understand that this is by no accident. This is no mistake. Yes, the pandemic has contributed, for us to be in a worse situation, but this was designed by the UDP. 12 long years. They spent millions, in fact, billions of dollars, Madam Speaker. And I want to remind the Belizean people, and I want to remind the UDP, that they had an opportunity, Madam Speaker, over $450 million from Petrocarib. Over 650 that was left in oil revenue, Madam Speaker, combined over $1 billion spent recklessly. What did they do to grow the economy, Madam Speaker? If they were prudent in managing and growing this economy, Madam Speaker, regardless of the effects of this pandemic, we would not be where we are today, Madam Speaker. So the blame has to be put squarely at the feet of the UDP, and they must understand that. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I'm convinced that the Belizean people are seeing through their hypocrisy. Madam Speaker, this bill, as many other speakers have said, allows the opportunity for creativity, for support to the productive sector. This is very important. This government, Madam Speaker, was elected on a mandate to serve the people, to be creative, to grow the economy, to ensure that the lives of our people would be bettered. That is the mandate that we were elected on. And we have a responsibility, Madam Speaker, to deliver on that mandate. And that is why the Prime Minister and this government, Madam Speaker, have seen it fit, have seen it necessary to bring this bill before the House to ensure that we can provide the kind of support, the kind of mechanism that will allow for the productive sector to be able to grow this economy. Madam Speaker, after 12 long years, no jobs, things are hard out here, people want, to better their lives, and that is what the PUP is all about. The PUP is not about giving out handouts. This government, Madam Speaker, is about creating opportunities so that people can live a life of dignity. And that is what we want to do, Madam Speaker. So I support this bill, Madam Speaker, on the basis that it is going to help in promoting and growing this economy. It is going to create new opportunities for Belizeans to be able to have jobs. It is going to create the opportunity for us to recover from a stagnant economy that was created by the UDP. So on that basis, Madam Speaker, I offer my full support to the bill that is before us. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Corozal Southwest.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to give thanks to my constituency, for supporting me for the second time to be on this honorable house. I fully support this bill that the PM brought on this honorable house. Why? All of my colleagues have been mentioning about working problems, the labor problems. Thanks to this government, the free zone is open, creating more than 800 jobs that the people wanted from since the COVID was on. Going more to that, I want to give thanks to the minister responsible for roads. The sugar industry was passing a terrible problem with sugar roads for the past 13 years. And all of us know how much money and millions of dollars that the UDP spend unnecessary on certain things that I don't want to mention. But I know the Belizean people know exactly where that money went. I will mention one, like what happened in Cayo with the ex-minister Montero. All of us have been seeing that on the TV. Bulldozers, equipments have been removed from his property. So that's a big shame. When the farmers needed that help on the sugar roads and nothing happened. So I give thanks to this government that now we are working every day for all of them. And this is not about PUP or UDP. These have been helping everybody. The second one I want to mention, I heard about land. This is very important to me and to my people of Concepcion. There was a reserve property that belongs to the village council. The same member of Corozal North gave it to a certain person, and that reserve was from 1981, and he gave it on December 9th, 2020. So that is very important to me because the people are suffering with this water problem. And I spoke to my Minister of Rural Development that we're going to put that tank, and we are finding that money because I know this government and my Prime Minister will fulfill that promise that we did during the election time. I came in 2012 and I begged to the UDP a police station in Libertad, a police station in San Narciso. Now we met last week with the Minister of Caribbean Shores and the Compol. And we are working on that police station because what is happening right now in my constituency. And I give thanks to the Minister that he is taking care of that. And we're going to continue working because I know this government, a part of what we get, we know we're going to do better because we enter here to work for the people. We enter here to serve the people. That's why the people put us again in this honorable house. My fellow cane farmers, especially from Corozal Southwest, I know this government, we did a campaign about a marketing committee. I know the honorable from Orange Rock South will fulfill that promise, and we are sure that we are going to work for the betterment of sugarcane farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless.
I recognize the member for, I'm sorry, we had a hand up first, and then I recognize the member for Kaya West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give my full support on this bill, and I would like to thank our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño. Thank him to give us the example to find the means and ways to get our economy going in these desperate times, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we were elected to make sure we give an example to our country, to our people. This party will make the difference, Madam Speaker. We have been neglected, and I would like to thank, Madam Speaker, my constituency of Kaya West for giving me the opportunity to be in this honorable house. And I mean,
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Member, we have a point of order.
It would seem that they're starting a trend now where they're commenting on what the government is doing for their constituency rather than speaking on the bill. The members are completely off track from what the matter of this bill is, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Members, member for Kaya West, you can continue. We are on the Central Bank Amendment Bill, so comments must be restricted to that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to continue, Madam Speaker, I would like to state, and I would like to mention, and in full support with my colleague from Dangriga, stating that this is just a simple math, as he has mentioned. It's nothing of the ordinary. We are here just to regularize the system and the fundings that are there at a low interest rate, Madam Speaker, for our business sector. And that is something that will put the public sector to work, Madam Speaker. And that's the reason I am in full support of this bill. Thank you.
I recognize member for Sank Creek West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the bill presented by the Prime Minister. I think it is a bill of wisdom. As we approach our 100 days in office, the Prime Minister is making it clear that we will not sit back and play the blame game. Even though we know that the past administration has done wrong to this country and to the people of this country, we have to look forward to see how we can make betterment for the people of this country. I come from a constituency of production, of productivity, where we have the citrus industry, the shrimp industry, and by and large, the tourism industry. And all of them are hurting. And I applaud the PM for finding a way to find cheaper financing, that these people can be able to recover and bring back their business. I was in Kaya over the last couple of days, and I stayed at a hotel, and I was the only guest at the hotel, Madam Speaker. That is a clear indication that every sector in this country is hurting, and we as a government must find a way to make life better for our people. While the hotels and the big businesses are suffering, even the ordinary man and woman in my constituency alone, almost maybe 75% of the people working in the tourism industry does not have a job today. Every single day I get several phone calls, and people are dire in need of jobs. So Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance, I think it is the best approach to jumpstart this economy. I support this bill 100%.
I recognize the member for Cayo Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the bill to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance. Indeed, we need a contingency fund. I am representing one of the small farmers constituency in Cayo Central. We have farmers who are yet to receive assistance from the drought that was experienced in 2018. Had we a contingency fund, we could take care of these needs as they would arise.
Member, just want to make sure we are not on the contingencies fund yet. That's the next debate. So we are debating the central bank amendment. Contingencies fund is on the next debate.
I apologize. Yes, I support fully that we need to have funding where we can assist in different economies, the economical industries in our areas. We have at the moment people like my colleague from Stan Creek was saying, hotels closing down. Some of our employees have been called back to work and now they're being sent home. So we need, I am fully in support of the bill presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance so that we can bring back the economy to a stand. Our economy is presently at a very slow pace, and I am in full support because we want our Belizean businesses to come back. We want to create jobs for our people of our country. So I am in full support of this bill. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Fort George.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill, Madam Speaker, and I'll be very brief because the members on our side have explained very well why we need this bill, why we need this emergency program and facility fund from the Central Bank. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Education explained very clearly the role and function of central banks in countries and in economies. And it read from the Central Bank of Belize website, which explained very clearly their roles, its role and function. So I'm amazed, Madam Speaker, that the Leader of the Opposition and the members from that side, and I have to say the Leader of Opposition and I studied economics at the same time at Sixth Form, but he must have been absent in class when macroeconomic policy was being taught, Madam Speaker, because he completely missed the point. He completely missed the point, Madam Speaker, of the role and function of central banks. And he wasn't here when the Minister of Education was reading from the Central Bank website its role and function, but I just wanted to explain very clearly. A cursory look into the role and function of central banks would provide: carry out the nation's monetary policy, control its monetary supply, maintain low inflation, steady GDP growth, and listen to this one, Leader of the Opposition, influence interest rates, and participate in open market operations to control the cost of borrowing and lending throughout an economy. Madam Speaker, if I can just read from the bill itself, a couple of points. It says, in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances, the bank may, through banks, financial institutions, statutory corporations, or other similar bodies, establish emergency programs. So the analogy about the referee getting involved in the game was totally off, Madam Speaker. They totally missed the point about what this bill is trying to establish. We have an economic crisis at hand, Madam Speaker. We need this financing, these programs, to be able to save the Belizean economy. I find it incredible that the other side would vote against a bill like this, because voting against this bill is a vote against jobs, Madam Speaker. Voting against this bill is a vote against economic growth, Madam Speaker. A vote against this bill is a vote to create more economic instability. And that is what the opposition is doing today by saying that they will not support this bill. And I find it incredible. And go back to their constituencies and explain to them why they voted against this bill this morning or this afternoon. Because they are voting against people, Madam Speaker. And that is the reality. I fully support this bill, Madam Speaker, and I hope that this House will as well. Thank you.
I recognize Member for Corzal North.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I register my opposition to this amendment bill, Central Bank Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, if I may lay it out in plain and simple terms, I think a widespread discussion has been said about the role of central bank, and I think it has been displayed as a central bank being a referee. When you look at the scenario, and I could fully understand that we are under a crisis and that this is a very straining situation for the economy of Belize, not only Belize but the entire world. But when we're speaking about the central bank having an overall responsibility for the monetary situation of any particular country, and when we're speaking about policy decisions that have to be taken into consideration, you cannot have a body as the central bank to take over the responsibility of lending. It begs a lot of questions. It begs for a lot of considerations. And one of the primary concerns that I have is that whenever you engage the central bank from being an overseer, from being a monitor, to being one more bank in the system, it begs the question as to who is going to monitor who gets what. It's going to beg the question as to who gets these loans. And in the event that the loans fail, are we speaking about a central bank being a bailout? Who's going to be responsible for these losses? Are we exposing ourselves to having taxpayers lose? Are we exposing taxpayers' money to the extent that if a loan goes wrong and it's not payable, it's going to come out of the taxpayers' money so that businesses can prosper or can get a loan and eventually not pay? These are the kinds of things that we have to consider. In my opinion, if you're a referee, your primary responsibility is to be a referee. If at the end of the day, the game is not going your way, it is the responsibility of the referee to determine what went wrong and what actions to take. It is not the responsibility of the referee and say, you know what, instead of being a referee, I will be a defense. Instead of being a referee, I'll become a goalkeeper. Instead of being a referee, I'll become a forward. No, there are prescribed objectives, there are prescribed rules, there are norms that you have to follow. And it is the responsibility of the referee to do his job. It is not the responsibility of the referee to take off his jersey and move on to the goalkeeper and say, I'll become the goalkeeper. Whenever we do these kinds of things, we are exposing ourselves to too much risk. And it begs a lot of questions, Madam Speaker, as to what will happen when, because we know that something will go wrong, and when that does happen, what happens next? Who's going to be the monitor to the one that should have been the monitor? And so, Madam Speaker, in my plain terms, I register my opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Oh, member, I did not see you. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to support this bill that was presented by the Honorable Prime Minister. I want to just clarify some things because a lot has been said, facts that support this bill in regards to the role of the central bank. Because yes, it is to regulate, but especially in view of the recent financial crisis that has been happening, the role of the central bank has been increasing into conducting monetary policy to promote low inflation, full employment, which means more jobs. And this bill is evidently not there to make the central bank compete with the other banks, because it says it clearly here. It says in 61A, in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances. It did not say that the central bank will be just another bank in the market. And it has a specific purpose. You know, it is to promote liquidity in the system in unusual and exigent circumstances. And also, if you move on to 68(2)(b), it says that it will ensure that the security for any emergency program or facility is sufficient to protect taxpayers from losses. So it is, you know, this bill is there to help us through this grave situation. Many businesses we know had to be closed because of the COVID pandemic. It's something that nobody expected in the world. It affected the whole world, and governments are taking, and central banks are taking many unorthodox actions so that they can keep their economy afloat. And we must move with the times. So this bill is a very innovative bill, and which protects the taxpayers' money because it has rules and it has the guidelines. It says every emergency program or facility established by the bank shall be subject to limitations, restrictions, and regulations as prescribed by the board. So there are controls, there are checks and controls that make this bill one that is earmarked for emergency situations, for exigent situations. And so, Madam Speaker, we are looking towards fostering the economy, helping those that need to be brought up so that they can the businesses can get back on their feet and create jobs. Our people are suffering out there. We have a 30% unemployment rate according to recent statistics. And then if you take into account the underemployed, that figure is hovering around 50%, Madam Speaker. And these are critical times. And as this bill describes it, these are exigent economic times that we are, crises that we are facing. And therefore, it is our imperative as a government to look for new ways in which we can move this economy forward and get jobs for our people, get our people working, open our businesses, and make sure that our economy gets back to growth and production. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I need to start off by thanking the colleagues, my colleagues from this side, for all of them to showing their support and attempting to explain more clearly what this amendment is attempting to do. And it's really disappointing that the opposition would have decided to just oppose just because they feel that they need to oppose. Because they could have sat down with us and then we could have walked them through the bill and explained what exactly we're trying to do. I don't want to be mean or personal, but it's either they did not take their time to read and to understand, or they're just trying to confuse people and saying that about what if you're a referee and you can. The first thing I want to make very clear, we are not inventing the wheel. We are simply doing what the Federal Reserve Bank did in 2008 in the United States, where they had to change their function and ability to be able to make monies available into the system because they were in an emergency situation. Likewise, we find ourselves in that same situation. And like the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States, the central bank will not be lending money directly to borrowers. We are going to be using the financial institutions. That's what we talk about. Man, not make back and forth, man. You all mentioned the National Bank of Belize. Of course we plan to use the National Bank of Belize because obviously it will be difficult to think that the other banks may want to use that money to compete against their own monies because they are the ones that are trying to increase the interest rate when the interest rate is supposed to be going down. Now, if they want to be a part of the program, we'll be happy for them to be a part of it. We want to be able to partner central bank, to partner them with the National Bank, because National Bank broke right now. Mismanage that too. Everything will not touch and mess up. Everything. So we will fix it. But ensure now that when they do that, that there are very clear rules as to who and how they can lend the money. The central bank is going to continue to be the referee. But the central bank, they get another ball if you want that football. So that they could play with, because the ball we have right now, don't function. You know, I can't roll. So we have to find another way. We have to be creative. And that is what we're doing in the simplest of terms. And you went to great lengths talking about Section 67.5, that without the approval of the Minister of Finance. Well, it can't be the Ministry of Finance. You have to be a person. In this case, it's the Minister of Finance. And it does not mean that the Minister of Finance is going to say, lend money to that individual, lend the money to that. It's simply to make sure that the central bank, listen, man, I never interrupt you, man. I'll not interrupt you, man.
We're on the point of closing the debate. There really ought not to be this back and forth. Yes, member.
Madam Speaker, you cannot be dismissive, Mr. Member from College. Don't try to be dismissive. Point of order, Madam Speaker. The standing orders are very clear. When a member is speaking, he or she shall not be interrupted, Madam Speaker, and the member from College is being, disruptive. So please.
If we can all, members today, adhere to that standing order, we certainly do not do that often. Prime Minister, please continue with the closure of the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, there has to be a person, not an office that has to give the directive whether they agree with what the central bank is doing. The Minister of Finance will not be directing who they can lend to or who they could lend to. It simply has to do, to make sure that the central bank monetary policy is going along with the monetary policy of the government, of what the government is attempting to do. That is why we're saying that they can provide the program, the governor and her team could work up and envision and produce the program. It has to go to the Board of Governors. The board then will go through it, and then should they approve, then it has then to go to the Minister of Finance. And then the Minister of Finance not take it by own. He will go to his technical people to take a look at it and to say if it is something that goes in line with the work of the government of the day. That is why then you have to put a person that is going to say yes or no. Well, office can't say yes or no. That is why they're putting the ministry, they're saying the Minister of Finance. So again, I'd like to correct the honorable member from Albert that the central bank is not going to be lending directly to lenders. They are going to be working with the lending institutions. And these lending institutions then will have to, if they accept that money, it will have to be lent under the conditions that are being set forth for them to lend to the borrowers. And as we said, this is simply to be able to create foreign currency, because we need to create more foreign currency in this country and to create jobs. That's why we're looking at the BPOs, tourism and agriculture. It's going to be targeted. When you talk about the overdraft, again, I think also many of our side, they get some very, very good examples as they're trying to explain to this. But the honorable member from Orange Walk North read the section where he's saying the policies and procedures established and said what it can do and it can't do. So it's not going to be a free-for-all. And see in the last point where he's saying, in 68(2)(b), he said, this fund, it is going to prohibit borrowing from programs and facilities by borrowers that are insolvent, people who may don't go bankrupt before the crisis. So we are being very careful, we're being very prudent with what we want to do. But at the same time, we know that we have to be creative and we have to be bold. And that is what this government is all about. As to the issue of the overdraft facilities, nobody really had any serious issue with it, but I saw that the member of the leader of the opposition was talking about getting advances. Well, when you have an overdraft facility, you get an advance from your overdraft facility, and it is recorded there, my friend. So that's like something they can't record, and they can't go beyond the amount that is set out by law, and that is what we're trying to do. Keep pretty much the same dollar amount, only that we'll have to raise the percentage so that we could keep within that value amount that we are already using. So there's nothing there. So it's the advances. I just want you to withdraw. It just want you to withdraw from your overdraft facility, my friend. That's all. That's it. And then I want to again finish up by this again to the member of Albert. We are not in any way diluting the independence of the central bank. We are not telling the central bank what is it and who they can lend and who not for lend. It has nothing to do with that. It's simply that we are giving more tools, more creative tools to the central bank to be able to assist us in trying to rescue this economy that was wrecked by the UDP way before COVID. Madam Speaker, I once again urge the members from the opposition to join us and support these amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systematic circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the establishment of a contingencies fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, earlier on I had already explained what the contingency fund is all about, and I'm urging the support of everyone, including the opposition, on this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had attempted to begin my presentation on this particular bill once before, and so I do so again, pointing out, Madam Speaker, that my friend the Prime Minister, in deferring the Supplementary Appropriation number 6 bill, in fact causes me to think of the very same amendments, or this very same Finance and Audit Amendment, Finance and Audit Act. If I understood him correctly, Madam Speaker, what he was saying is that they will launch, and forgive me for talking on it somewhat in anticipation. I know I may walk a thin line there, Madam Speaker, but if you permit me, I do have a point to make as it relates to the Finance and Audit Act.
It's a thin line. Thank you for recognizing it.
In fact, Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister defers this bill again, he deferred it from our first meeting on 8th of January, and of course, if you know the content of it, you will know that that payment was made by the previous administration, and he can have all kinds of quarrel with that if he wishes, but the government is continuous. When he defers now, he puts himself in a position where he may well find himself in breach of this same Finance and Audit Act, because as he and his colleagues, especially our friend from Kaya South, have gone to great lengths to go to court to be able to say that any such spending that is not authorized ought to be brought to the National Assembly within a specific period of time. So, in my view, kicking the can down the road, and as he has put it, he will defer it until he can properly investigate. In fact, he went further to say that the Contracts Commission that we are about to look at in a minute, once that commission is established, that they will investigate. So, I'm not sure how long is his deferral, and I'm afraid that may land him, because he is the Prime Minister now. It doesn't matter which political party was in administration, then there is a certain continuity in the government. Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House wish to make several comments on what is being proposed before us today, and we want to begin by looking at the section that is being inserted, and this is a new section, Section 10A, that as a few of our colleagues on the side, I listened to my friend, the member for Freedom, talk about me being confused. How many members, but they were following their leader. He was confused when he started off. Couldn't tell which bill we were dealing with. But this particular bill, madam, this particular insertion establishes the contingencies fund. And if you study the Finance and Audit Act, you will see that there are already some funds established in somewhat the same format like what is established here. There is a special fund, and there is also a development fund in the Principal Act. No. This particular act then tries to mirror in as much as it can and copy some of the same terms as we go along. We see them repeated. But, Madam Speaker, we will see where that can cause some very, very grave concerns for what will come later on. So they will establish a contingency fund, 10A is proposing, and this contingency fund will consist of monies, and they tell you in 3 areas where the monies can come from. The first area, Madam Speaker, they're saying can come from monies that are appropriated for the purpose of a public emergency under Section 18 of the Belize Constitution. Now, this would seem to us to be the likely area, and I can see, in fact, even from our standing committee meeting held in the week, we got all indication from the members of the government's team that, in fact, this is the kind of thing that they would want to see implemented so that when we have a situation that is an emergency situation like COVID-19 and the pandemic, the natural disasters, all of these things, that is what we would hope would encompass this kind of thing. But then, Madam Speaker, we are forced to call to memory the fact that that administration, in fact, absolutely refuses. It is almost as a matter of trying to, I don't know, look pretty while we're in dire straits. They refuse to engage, Madam Speaker, and call a state of emergency. In fact, we see where, as the opposition has long outlined, we have had press conferences, we have put in a press release that, in fact, we think that they abuse the legislation under which they declare these curfews at night, because by the Constitution, they ought to declare a state of emergency to properly put in place these curfews. My friend, the member from Mesop, is big on making this point. So they are not in all of this. They have absolutely refused, Madam Speaker, to utilize public emergency under Section 18 of the Belize Constitution. And for the benefit of the Belizean people who may not know, and I think we always should pay very keen attention whenever the words constitution or constitutionality or breaching the Constitution, anytime you hear Constitution, pay attention, because it is the supreme law of the land. Section 18 of the Constitution outlines, Madam Speaker, when it is such a public emergency ought to be declared. And there are 3 areas. One, Madam Speaker, is when we're engaged in war. And clearly, we're not there, although it would seem that the Prime Minister and his team sometimes is engaged in war with the opposition. Even though we try to extend the olive branch of friendship every chance we get, they are in a war, Madam Speaker, to try to paint all the problems that we are experiencing because of COVID and all of this. They try to create a war anyway, that's aside. So that's one. We're clearly not there. The second one, Madam Speaker, is when there is a forced proclamation by the GG declaring a state of emergency, and this is the one which they ought to be using, but they have not engaged it. And you will see where this will be problematic in a minute, Madam Speaker, because this whole bill then leads itself to corruption, and I will paint that picture for you, Madam Speaker, if you permit me slowly. But let me just give, for the benefit of the Belizean people, the third incidents where they would trigger a state of emergency. If there was some forced resolution of the National Assembly and the democratic institutions were restricted by subversion. That's what the Constitution says, but clearly that's not the case. We, as bad as it is, Madam Speaker, and I know you have the very difficult job of marshalling the order in this House, we are not at that stage. We are very much democratic and we are very pleased with that. But they have not utilized that second trigger, Madam Speaker, to create the kind of emergency situation that their new contingency fund, section 10, you would imagine 10A, sorry, you'd imagine that is what they would use to trigger, to appropriate monies to this fund, but they not do that. A1, 2A speaks about that public emergency under the Constitution, section 18, and A2 speaks about any other urgent and unforeseen expenditure. And here is where, Madam Speaker, we on this side of this House absolutely believe that there are going to be problems. Again, Madam Speaker, given the history of the People's United Party and that political party's name being oxymoronic from the truth, or with the truth, being oxymoronic with good government, being oxymoronic with transparency, they don't go together, Madam Speaker. So they are saying the contingency fund can be made up if there is an appropriated sum. Because there is a state of emergency, they don't declare any. Or if there is a sum of money appropriated for urgent and unforeseen expenditure. So I'll hold that, just hold that in your memory for a minute, and then we'll go on to where else they can find money to put in this contingency fund. So we go to B. And B says, grants or loans of government for public emergencies, disaster management and relief, and other similar matters. So if we borrow money, or we get a grant from a foreign entity, and we get those grants or loans, but they are boxed in for the specific purpose, Madam Speaker, of public emergencies, disaster management and relief, and other similar matters. So once the money comes as a grant or loan from there, they can put it in this fund. That's what B says. But the devil, Madam Speaker, is in C. The devil is in C. Any other monies. Remember I said, Madam Speaker, that this section 10A, the establishment that seeks to establish a contingency fund, is merely mirroring or copying the special fund and the development fund that you will find in the actual Principal Act at section 10. Well, look at what section 10 does when it gets to C. As they're talking about this, but remember, a development fund as established under the Finance and Audit Act, or the special fund, as my friend from Freetown pointed out to us in the committee, these funds have a specific purpose. So you can't play games. If we're looking at the development fund, which is in section 10 of the Principal Act, that is for specific development purposes. So you can't play games. The money can come for something specific. But in this one, and especially given section, what is it? 2A2, where a lot of discussion will be seen later on to be given to a minister to declare an urgent and unforeseen expenditure, or whatever that is. That is where mischief comes in, as I said, Madam Speaker. Look at what the Principal Act says about the development fund. It talks about money being appropriated for special development purposes. It talks about grants or loans for those same development purposes. And it outlines, it has a C, it has a D, it has a E. And in all of those, Madam Speaker, you get a specific kind of money. C says money is received from the proceeds of a loan. D says money is received by way of interest. E says money is earned by or received in reimbursement. So there is specific talk about where monies can come from to go into this fund. But when we look at the proposal, Madam Speaker, for the contingency fund, they get cute. And they put in there, what's the term, how do they put it? Any other monies. Now, Madam Speaker, why is this dangerous? It's dangerous because it is clear that this administration, as I pointed out, do not intend to declare states of emergencies under Section 18 of the Constitution. So where they intend to appropriate money, Madam Speaker, is in Section 10A, 2, Roman numeral 2, any other urgent and unforeseen expenditure. That's where they intend to, they either appropriate it there. They can't use any of the grants or loans to government for public emergencies because those are very much boxed in. But what stops the government from at sea saying, we will allocate monies? We could get a grant, and we see how they have well diverted grants from foreign countries, Madam Speaker. My friend, the member from Freetown, would know all about that business because when he was Attorney General, there was some big diverting going on. You see these people who come back here, Madam Speaker, like they're so holy and righteous, and they presided over the raping of the economy of this country.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
This man loves listening to himself, man. He just ramble on and ramble on and ramble on, repeating the same
Madam
thing
Speaker,
over and over.
Can
And
you
by
call
watching a
a
hungry
standing
man.
order?
Wait 1 second.
People want to go eat too, you know. Finish up, man. You don't repeat yourself.
What's the point of order? Member, what's the point of order? Prime Minister, are we clear?
A hungry man. Man don't want to have time.
Leader of Opposition, you can continue. When we refer to members, we refer to them by their constituency, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but it is, I did refer to him as the member for Freetown, but it is factual. It is, and I didn't cast any undue aspersion. It is factual that our friend from Freetown was the Attorney General when the rest of the cabinet did not know about grants that came from Venezuela and from Taiwan, and that these monies were diverted to pay the private UHS. That is factual. I didn't invent that. That's not us casting aspersion. So I don't understand why the Prime Minister is getting all hot. But my point is, Madam Speaker, we have seen where they have taken these grants and loans. And what C does basically, it says that yes, you can use grants and loans as long as they are not earmarked for public emergencies, disaster management, and relief. Let's say Taiwan decides, or another friendly nation of Belize decides to give a grant for general purposes, not necessarily for disaster management and relief or such matters. They can then decide to put that in this contingency fund, Madam Speaker, and then they can remove it, because if you read down at 3, it says, the contingencies fund shall not form a part of the consolidated revenue fund and shall be kept in a separate account with the Accountant General. So they will remove that money They can divert any kind of grant, any kind of loan, as long as it's not earmarked for this, and put it, Madam Speaker, in the contingencies fund. And then, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me to return to that statement. In fact, we see where it tells you how the fund will be accessed. I'm not confused. It tells you how you will access it. You confused. You are the one who don't even know which bill we're upon this morning. Talk about confusion and incompetence. The third schedule, Madam Speaker, that is in this bill, specifies now how they are going to go about and spend the fund. That is the rules for the operation of the contingency fund. Check it out now, Madam Speaker. If we go back to the same section 10A2, they make reference to the schedule here in section 4. It says the contingencies fund shall be operated in accordance with the rules set out in the third schedule. And then 5. It says the rules set out in the third schedule may be amended by the minister from time to time by notice in the Gazette, provided that any amendment to the third schedule shall be approved by resolution of the House of Representatives. All of this now, Madam Speaker, speaks about ministerial discretion, the very same thing. I go back and make the point again. I made it in the last presentation on the central bank bill. Too much of our money issues are being left to the discretion of the Minister of Finance. You know, it reminds me, Madam Speaker, if I'm allowed to talk on this sort of little matter that is related, because it's all related to our finances. I saw in the release from Cabinet this week, they had a meeting on the 1st of February, was it Monday? And then, Madam Speaker, they are talking about one point, the Cabinet was updated on the establishment of a fast-track unit for private sector investment in the office of the Prime Minister. My good Lord! I say it again, good governance, honesty, transparency, because I watch as the Prime Minister pontificates. Pontificate about being honest and good governance. Remember the last time he was responsible for these kind of development investment programs? When he was Minister of Natural Resources, Madam Speaker, and the U.S. ambassador had to put on the record that he took bribes from oil companies for giving them PSAs, Madam Speaker. It is not me casting those aspersions. I am merely, Madam Speaker, pointing out.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. The member from Khaled, apart from being repetitive, apart from being repetitive, he is also, violating Standing Order 48.5, Madam Speaker. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member of either chamber. It is improper for him, Madam Speaker, to be making those statements.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I did not accuse the Prime Minister. I am merely reporting what the U.S. Ambassador, Robert Dieter, I think was his name at the time, put in his private report that was later leaked.
Madam Speaker.
That is fact.
That's a point of order, Madam Speaker. He's violating 38.5.
Member, you just referred to a report that was leaked. If a report is leaked, it is not necessarily an official report for public consumption. I suggest you move on with your...
Madam Speaker, I will move on, but it is not that we do not trust the genuineness of such a report, because it is factual. The U.S. has not said that it was not. Anyway, I will move on, Madam Speaker. Thank you. But my point is to have this kind of ministerial discretion and then to hear them pontificate in their good governance motion that came up in this house. And we see it every chance we get now. They're trying to push all of these things within the first 100 days to make it look like they're so rosy in cleanliness, Madam Speaker, and righteousness. Please, and people, do not forget. They have not forgotten you. They give you a lead chance again, but immediately we are seeing where you are.
When members are speaking, please, standing order 42, continue with the debate, member.
Madam Speaker, then there is section, let's look at the third schedule. The third schedule is now how they plan for this to be spent. It says, no money shall be withdrawn from the fund for the purpose of meeting any expenditure except upon the authority of a warrant under the hand of the minister. So the minister will decide. And we had already learned, Madam Speaker, that the minister may, on any given day, on a weekend, today is Friday, the minister might go home tonight, knock his head and decide, you know what, we have urgent and unforeseen circumstance. And if you read under the third schedule, section 2.2, subject to the provisions of these rules, no such warrant shall be issued unless the expenditure has been authorized by the National Assembly. You say, they're catching it. This is the same language, Madam Speaker, that comes, as I've said, from the special fund and from the development fund. Fine. Except that they're not talking about those specifics, Madam Speaker. What they're talking about is now something that is discretionary. Who is it that is going to determine what is an urgent and unforeseen circumstance? That is the big question. And there is where they can plug in money, borrow it from wherever and plug it in. In fact, the elections are coming up. Municipal elections, they may well determine tonight, as I've said, there is an urgent, unforeseen. Now, only the minister could tell you what that is about. And then the Prime Minister can get some money from somewhere and plug it in and say, this is for urgent and unforeseen situations. And they will be then able to access these monies. If you continue to read the third schedule, it tells you, Madam Speaker, that ultimately they will have to bring it to the House after the minister issues the warrant and he spends the money, but this is after the fact. And in fact, section 3 under the schedule speaks to the minister preparing financial year estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the fund for the next following year. But what if there were several, Madam Speaker, several incidents that the minister deemed urgent and unforeseen? And what if there was elements of corruption involved in one? Because it does not tell you that he has to break them down. Nowhere says that. So our recommendation is, if we're going to use this, let us recommend that they have to compartmentalize things so that we know which unforeseen urgent circumstance produced what revenue and what expenditure when they make that report, and not bulk things together. And let us request, Madam Speaker, because this particular fund is not the same like the rest, it's not specially marked for development purpose or for some special purpose, that they must bring these things in great detail. If they don't do that, because I do hear them, Madam Speaker, the members of the Standing Committee on Finance and Economics, they did try to say that this was a move by their administration simply to fall into compliance. But you can't copy and cut. You can't copy and cut. And where you're putting something here that is completely with the possibility, with an opportunity for the kind of ministerial discretion. And again, we can't lump you all on the truth together, then we would have grave difficulty. It is not, Madam Speaker, just for the record, something that we consider altogether bad. It is just that there are too many devils in the details. And we would urge the government, Madam Speaker, to look at these points that we are making in hope that it can be made into something better. In fact, there are those who argue that what was there already works. But you see, they're so intent on trying to show up the last government that they want to do their own thing and do it their way. Well, that's fine. But when you do things your own way and do it, and you are at the same time pontificating, claiming righteousness for transparency and all of that, then you must do things the proper way. And so I urge the government to make those changes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to see where I could start because this gentleman was all over the place, being repetitive. They like to refer about this, that political party when he's talking about corruption. That was settled on November 11th, man. You get the worst beating you ever got as a party. They rejected you because you are incompetent, you are greedy, and you are corrupt. That has been settled. Stop referring back to where we talk about 2008. Talk about what has just happened a few months ago. That has been settled, punto final. Don't bring it up again. Because you're spitting in the air and it's falling on your face when you talk about corruption. A lot more things will come out, trust me. Madam Speaker, this poor gentleman, is talking, trying to, just on and on, trying to create a mountain over a molehill. And it doesn't make sense. And I'll give you one example. When you talk about other urgent and unforeseen expenditure, it's an urgent and unforeseen expenditure, Mr. Leader of the Opposition? In November, when he had record rains, and we flood out pretty much all of the Kaya district and the Belize district, that's an urgent and unforeseen, that's an unforeseen and urgent when everything, make a finish that, man, I listened to you, man. It's another urgent and unforeseen expenditure. Remember the drought in the north, when our farmers lost over $20 million? And then your government said that we're going to help, we're going to help, and you never did help. That's an urgent and unforeseen circumstances that then the government could have legally taken money from that contingency fund and helped the farmers when they needed the help. And then we talk about any other monies as if insisting as, well, we take money and we are hiding. But what he does not point out too, that all of this has to be reported at the next House meeting. So how you hide it? How you hide it? If every month we're saying we're going to have regular House meetings, we have to report it at the next House meeting by law. Now, like what your Prime Minister has done, spent millions of dollars and still not reported to the House. Actually, you're talking about them taking our former Prime Minister to court. Well, your Prime Minister is the only Prime Minister in this country that has been taken to the Supreme Court of Belize and found guilty. Guilty. He has been found, nobody from this side. It's your Prime Minister. And there are cases where he'll go to court and he'll be found guilty again. No. Good.
Closing the debate, members.
You always bring up this issue about about the minister. You said the rules, as you pointed out in section 10.3 5, they say, the rules set out in the third schedule may be amended by the minister from time to time by notice published in the Gazette. What? What? I mean, somebody have to do it, or office can't do it. It's a person. And whenever the Minister of Finance make that change, he has to report it, he has to make it public. It's not going to be secret. It's going to be published so that the entire country can see what are the changes that is being recommended by the government at that time. But the Minister of Finance, who is responsible for the contingency fund, would then have to publish it. Somebody have to be held responsible to publish it. And the same thing when you go now to the third schedule and you try to make an issue over 2.1 where saying that no money shall be withdrawn from the fund with the purpose of meeting expenditure except upon the authority of a warrant under the hand of the minister. Obviously, somebody have to give the directive to be able to do that, and it has to be the Minister of Finance. It can't be the leader of the opposition. You have to be the Minister of Finance to do that. But what makes everything that you said irrelevant is when you look again at the rules for the operations of the contingency fund. When you look at 4, he said that every warrant that has been issued, you know what are the warrant, right? Mr. Leader of the Opposition? Yeah, the warrant. Yeah, the warrant that when you say, okay, I'll spend this money, it is saying that once you issue out a warrant, it must be reported to the House of Representatives at its next meeting. We can't say we issue out a warrant and then 1 year later, 5 years later, we're going to report it. It has to be reported by law in the next National Assembly meeting, the next House of Representatives, man. That is what we're calling accountability and transparency, my friend. And then it says, it goes on to say at 4B, it says that the next meeting of the House of Representatives, it has to call for consideration of supplementary estimates and shall be submitted for the approval of the National Assembly. That is called transparency and accountability. You will also have a chance to be able to debate it. That's the detail. That is what covers everything. And it makes all of your argument irrelevant, my friend. So today, again, Leader of the Opposition, I'm giving you all a chance. Make we work together, man. This is something that is enshrined in the Constitution and has never been done. We want to ensure that those special warrants that are given illegally, and that we just done, as we just said when the honorable member from Kyle South and I took your Prime Minister for spending hundreds of millions, over $1 billion. We had to take an injunction. Yes. So that stops. That is what we're trying to do. We want to stop that action. And the way you do that is by setting up the contingency fund and with the necessary rules on how we're going to manage it. And the most important thing is that when we spend that money because there is an emergency, in the next House meeting, we have to come and report to all of you in this House, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, I urge everyone in this honorable House to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the establishment of a contingencies fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, to be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an Act to amend the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the establishment of a contingencies fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to establish the Office of the Public Contracts Commission to monitor the award and implementation of public contracts for the purpose of ensuring that such contracts are awarded impartially and on merit, to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste, or abuse in the award of public contracts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Speaker, it has been said that if it walks like a duck, and if it is quacks like a duck, and if it looks like a duck, that the logical conclusion would be that it's a duck. I took a great deal of time, Madam Speaker, in looking at the Public Contracts Commission Bill, and the establishment of this commission, as it is outlined in not only the objects of the bill in sections 4A and 4B, but also in the functions of the commission, seems to fly in the face of the call for a reform agenda that is meaningful. I'd like to, Madam Speaker, if you'd allow me to refer to the establishment of the commission. We are moving, Madam Speaker, effectively from having a constitutionally appointed professional who has the technical capacity to review and award contracts or services to the commission that will be appointed, Madam Speaker, by the government itself under the Contractor General Act, Madam Speaker. The Contractor General gets the concurrence of both houses, the upper and lower houses, and those recommendations, and that recommendation is then sent to the Governor General for consideration. But in the establishment of the commission, which is found in Part 2, Section 3, Madam Speaker, the commission will be appointed primarily by the government itself. We will have a member that is designated, Madam Speaker, in 3.2a by the Minister responsible for Finance, who will serve as chair. There will be a person designated by the Minister responsible for the Public Service. There would be a person designated by the Attorney General. Those are the three government appointees. And then there will be a member of the National Assembly that would be recommended by the leader of the opposition, and one civil society senator selected from among the civil society senators on a yearly rotation. This commission then, Madam Speaker, will effectively be run by the government. And I had to ask myself, is this not the asking the rat to mind the chief? These are public contracts, Madam Speaker, that will be awarded by government entities, government agencies, and yet the government appointees will have the majority vote to determine whether or not these contracts are awarded fairly, or whether or not they are awarded impartially and on merit, whether or not there's a need to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, or abuse in the awards of these public contracts. And when you look at Schedule 1, Madam Speaker, which speaks to the tenure for the commission, all of the commissioners who is not required to have any special skill or knowledge or expertise as outlined in the Contractor General Office. All these commissioners will have a 3-year tenure on this commission, with the exception of the social partner, which will go at it on a yearly rotation. I also take issue, Madam Speaker, with the fact that what the spirit or the intention, or what I thought was the spirit or intention of the Act would have been, was to strengthen the function and the role of the Contractor General, and for the Commission to serve somewhat as a guiding body. But in fact, the Contractor General has now been reduced to a, for lack of a better term, Madam Speaker, a glorified secretary to the Commission. And this constitutional appointed post is just being dismissed by the repeal of the Act. From where I sit, Madam Speaker, that doesn't seem like good governance to me. If we truly want to ensure that the rat is not minding the cheese, Madam Speaker, this commission, the majority holding on this commission would be our social partners, so that they can keep our government in check, so that we can apply the right checks and balances, if you will, to the regulations. And then, Madam Speaker, the Commission would be able to make its own rules and regulations, play as you go sort of atmosphere. There is no harm, Madam Speaker, in adding a Schedule 4, so that the rules of engagement, how the Commission will be governed, how the Commission will be held in itself accountable, can be determined well before the commission is appointed. But as it says here in the bill, Madam Speaker, the rules will be made up by the commissioners themselves as they do the work that is expected, would be expected of them as outlined in section 4A and B, and as it relates to their functions as it's outlined in section 5, part 1, part 2 of the bill. Part 2 of the bill. Madam Speaker, I ask myself, how will we talk about the overseeing the activities of the sector committees? I had raised this matter in our House Committee meeting. There is no definition in the Act, Madam Speaker, for how sector committees will be defined, how sector committees will be convened, how sector committees will be engaged. It seems we were in quite a rush to put this bill together. There are lots that have been said, and there's a lot that has not been said. You see, when the Commission has the right to do, it is also my understanding that the Commission has the right to undo. But that is not expressly stated in the provisions of this Act. And it doesn't hurt, Madam Speaker, to make sure that the role and function and the authority of the Commission is definitively defined, so as there would be no need for any gray areas, or no need to refer, Madam Speaker, to any of these, what you call the Interpretation Act to determine a way forward. The Commission will, unlike what we have been able to do for the Contractor General, Madam Speaker, be well resourced with all the right technical skills that can be drawn from the public sector to provide advice and input to the Commission. This is not the same kind of level of support, Madam Speaker, that we have afforded to the office, the constitutionally appointed office of the Contractor General. The Commission will be the watchdog. It will watch itself. The government will be watching itself as it relates to the awarding and implementation of public contracts. It will be watching itself as it relates to which contractors will be licensed and designated as contractors who could offer the services of the government. It will be watching itself, Madam Speaker, as to whether or not they deem this contractor competent, whether they deem the contractor having the right resources, access to financing, as it relates to its human capacity to deliver on the goods and services to the government. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that the bill really falls short on some very fundamental issues and some fundamental matters that if we had taken the time to do the proper consultation, which is what the government of the day has promised over and over and over again in every forum where they can get an audience, to do the proper consultation with members of the opposition and our social partners, so that when we execute these kinds of changes, that they will actually and eventually yield the desired results. And that when we talk about putting in safety nets to guard against abuses in the system or mismanagement of public finances, that in effect the template, the framework really reflects that that can be the end result. There are critical issues, Madam Speaker, of impropriety and fraud and conflict that seems to offer no resolution. The commissioners will decide all of that on their own with a government majority. And then I ask, where is the autonomy of this commission? I therefore, Madam Speaker, in its present format, cannot support the Public Contracts and Commission Bill of 2021.
I recognize Member for Fort George.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill, the Public Contracts Commission Bill, and I'll be brief in my remarks. We listened, Madam Speaker, to the member from Albert's speak, go on and on and on, going through the bill. But I wasn't sure if she supported having a commission or remaining as is, where there's only one person, the Contractor General, who is in charge of everything right now. As it currently stands, the Contractor General is in charge of reviewing, examining, approving, monitoring, investigating, overseeing, all that power in one individual. Madam Speaker, part of the anti-corruption measures recommended in the UN Convention, recommended in OAS conventions, recommended worldwide, is that you never have such type of power in one individual. So this move by the government to create a commission that will oversee the work of the Contractor General is something good, member from Albert. Is something welcome. And imagine, we will have a representative on this commission from the opposition. Are you telling me that that representation, that person who the opposition, the leader of the opposition will recommend will be a mute person? Will not do anything on the commission? Will just sit there and allow everything to go like that? Is that what you're saying, member? Because I don't expect that. The opposition will have a representative on this commission, as will the civil society senator on a rotating basis. This is what good governance is about, remember? As it currently stands, the Contractor General, and we've seen it over the last 12 years of the former UDP administration, where hundreds, thousands of contracts were given out, hundreds of millions of dollars spent, and the public has no idea of what was going on. No idea of the bidding process that was involved. No idea of who was bidding, the contractors, the terms, the awards. I always see them a fancy signing office, signing picture, and are the same contractor over and over and over again. My favorite contractor member Over and over and over again, the same contractor getting contracts. No public scrutiny. We hear about contracts where the primary bid became such a small part of the overall contract value because they had addendum after addendum awarding, just increasing the size of the contract without any kind of public scrutiny. Madam Speaker, it's incredible to listen to that side when they speak, because they speak from such a position of hypocrisy that under their system, when they operated for the last 13 years, there was nothing in place to protect the Belizean people. We hear about spending, unauthorized spending, and then they're upset about a contingencies fund because they want to know what the money will be used for. Man, we want to know what all that money was used for that you spent. And that's why you have a commission, Madam Speaker. I'm debating this bill, so don't let them interrupt me, please. That's why you have a public contracts commission that will be overseeing how the people's money is spent. But they don't want that. They don't want that. They have gotten so used to operating in the dark. When they were in government, they operated in the dark. They spent money in the dark. Maybe they spent money on pibil and rum, no? I don't know. But they operated in the dark. But this commission is a welcome addition to good governance in this country, Madam Speaker. And that's why I give it my full support. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I have to remind the member from Fort George that it was his father, the Prime Minister, from 1998 to 2008, that was involved in the most gross corruption this country has ever seen. And when the members on that side talk about the fact that the people spoke on November 11th, the people spoke to see better. This abolishment, this abrogation of the Contractor General is not an improvement on good governance. This is deregulating contracts, because now you are going to tell me that we don't have qualified professionals that are apolitical and can conduct the business affairs without favor and without any type of preference. I don't believe that. I believe Belize has many qualified people that can do that job. So what they have done is they have removed an independent Contractor General and replaced that Contractor General with a commission with political cronies. So you've gone from one potentially independent professional, a constitutional office, to now you have appointees by the ministers. Okay, you have a representative from the government, the leader of the opposition, and from the senators, but that is not a majority. I take this time to applaud them for the joint PAC committee, that there can be a majority that is not the government. That is a step in the right direction. But this type of deregulation is not a step in the right direction, and it is counter to good governance. How can we have this PUP, who, as I recall it, has been involved in the worst acts of corruption ever, and the Prime Minister was a part of that cabinet? That the member from Fort George's father, when he was the Prime Minister, involved in the worst acts of corruption. So we can't take anybody's word that they will be noble and they will do what's right. You have replaced an entity that is supposed to be independent, that is supposed to be professional, and make determinations irrelevant of political influence. And then you put 3 designates from the ministers. So you are going to tell me that these designates are going to act in contravention to the instruction of their ministers? I'm not going to believe that. And that smacks in the face of good governance, because we can't be trusted to do, as politicians, what we say we're going to do. You put in safeguards such as the Contractor General. That was supposed to be an independent body. If anything, let's strengthen that office. Let's give that office more latitude and more power to regulate. This bill deregulates public contracts, but with the cosmetic, superficial face of, oh, a commission instead of one person, a commission of cronies. For that reason, I cannot support this bill.
I recognize the member of Port Loyola. Can we check, 1 second, member, can we check the mic, please? No. So, member, if I can beg your indulgence, can I have the member for Belize Rural Central, and then right after, give them time to check your mic.
Speaker, only to add, I completely go along with and fully support the remarks of the member for Fort George, but I would like to make a clarification that I would not want the Belizean public to feel that there wasn't a full opportunity for intervention and explanations and questions on this bill. At committee level, we listened very carefully, very respectfully and assiduously to the member for Albert and also the other side. We took time to go through everything that was raised, and I believe that we conducted our work in that committee in a very professional way, and we gave full opportunity to be heard. And I want to make the point, Madam Speaker, that what has been proposed here is not a step backward. It is very much a step forward in terms of the good governance. We believe that the opportunity for everyone to be heard when it comes to public contracts can only inure to the benefit and be good for the people of this country. We could, in a churlish way, go back and want to accuse the Right Honorable Said Musa of everything. Well, instead of remembering 10 years that went 2 decades ago, why don't we remember the 12 to 13 years of misadministration and corruption that went on in this country? Let us make it better, giving everyone the opportunity to be heard. And yes, it may be another tier of oversight, but I believe it can only be good for the Belizean people in terms of how our money is spent and the accountability that we require now, because if we are going to signal a new day, then we must put our money where our mouth is. With that, Madam Speaker, I take my seat. Thank you.
Member for Port Loyola, and thank you for your patience while that was worked out.
Madam Speaker, I fully support the Public Contract Commission bill. First of all, the bill will oversee the work of the Contractor General. Secondly, it will have a representative from the opposition to be there as a watchdog. And thirdly, Madam Speaker, I wonder where some of these members of the opposition were when they were in government, and they did absolutely nothing to control corruption in government with the issuing of contracts. I recall the Chief Justice said that the then Prime Minister spent $1.3 billion without any approval from the House of Representatives. So I'd like to know where those gentlemen in the opposition who have so much to say, how come they were silent during that time? You should have spoken up then. Also, Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that the previous government spent over $500 million from Petrocaribe, millions from oil, and recently $25 million for a bloated price building on the Chetomal Boulevard in Belize City. Where were members of those persons over there when they were in government then? How come they did not raise their voice and ask for accountability with the issuing of contracts? And so, my friend, I would like to end by saying that this is a start in the right direction. This is a start in the right direction, and we are now on this side of the House. We'll do our part to hold the government to task, and we ask the opposition to do the same. Therefore, I fully support this bill.
Member for Corozal North.
I think there are a number of issues that we have to take into consideration when we look at this Public Contracts Commission Bill 2021. Out of a number of things, I think there is about 2 or 3 things that are very salient, are very concerning, and I think those are issues that we need to address. When we speak about the composition of the commission, and we're talking about good governance and we're talking about transparency, you would realize that the majority of the appointees would be made by the ministers at the different ministries, so that when we look at the matter of decision taking, while there might be a member from the National Assembly recommended by the leader of the opposition, and while there might be a senator selected from among our social partners, you realize that those opinions would become secondary, would become counterproductive, so that if the appointees by the ministers decide that they will favor a particular contractor, we all know what the name of the game is. If at the end of the day, contractors bid, and if at the end of the day there is a contractor of preference that this administration would want to give that contract to, obviously you would know that at the time of making that decision, it doesn't matter what 1 or 2 members from within that commission say, the majority would go. So that when we're looking at good governance, in my opinion, leave that to the technocrats. Have our social partners have more voice in this commission, but at the end of the day, those decisions will have to come from technocrats. It should not have been that people will be appointed based on the recommendation of any particular minister. When we're looking at contracts, we're looking at costings, we're looking at designs. It is a whole heap of technicalities, a whole heap of details that have to go at nitty-gritties that only the technical people know about. So that whenever we include this at the political level, we are opening the gates to hustle. So in my opinion, if you're going to leave this composition open, you would have to give more voice to the social partners. And I would want to make mention as well that there were a number of recommendations that were made at the time that we had the committee meetings that are not reflective in this current bill. And so whenever we hear the member from Belize Rural Central indicating that while we have met and while our recommendations have been taken into consideration, while those were agreed in those meetings, it does not reflect here. And so that is a concern that we would want to register as well, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Member for Toledo West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the Public Contracts Commission Bill, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be very brief. It amazes me to hear the other side speak about hustle, Madam Speaker. It is incredible how they can be so hypocritical to talk about hustle when on November 11th, the Belizean people sent you a resounding message that you are the most corrupt government, and that's the reason you are taken out of office. Madam Speaker, this bill is an important bill. I cannot understand why they are so opposed to this bill. when in fact what this bill proposes is to further strengthen the process, Madam Speaker, and to ensure that, rather than one individual making all the decision, that there is an oversight body to ensure that this process is carried out in a very transparent manner, Madam Speaker. We all know that part of our Plan Belize commitment to the Belizean people was to improve good governance. And that is the reason why today the honorable member from Freetown presented this bill, Madam Speaker, because that is what we on this side seek to do, to ensure that there is proper accountability and transparency in how government contracts are awarded, Madam Speaker. I want to remind the other side, and the Belizean people need to be reminded. They are so vociferous and opposed to this bill, but yet they are the very ones who operated their government for, I believe, over a year without a contractor general. There was no oversight, Madam Speaker, and the Belizean people must be reminded about this. They must be reminded that they spent millions, hundreds of millions of dollars without a contractor general in place, without any kind of oversight. They should be the last ones to come and speak here. How hypocritical of you, man. You all forget Farber's Road. You forget Farber's Road. 1 mile of street, $8 million. You forget that? All the Petrocarib money, $450 million. Where was the oversight? Pibil at Turquoise Waters. That's where it was spent. That's where it was spent. So how hypocritical of you to today come and oppose this when what we are doing is strengthening the process to ensure, and it amazes me you seem to be lost, that the bill seeks to empower the opposition to give you an opportunity to have a say, man. But it seems to me that you have now relegated yourself to just oppose for opposing sake. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to improve the way contracts are awarded, the way contracts are supervised, the way contracts are accounted for, Madam Speaker. I fully support this process, and I urge all members on that side to do the right thing, Madam Speaker, because history will judge them.
I recognize Leader of Opposition Member for Colette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Firstly, let me start on a positive note. And let me congratulate my friend, the member for Belize Rural Central, on what she said as she rose to intervene, Madam Speaker. She spoke about the fact that there was a very successful, or what she deemed to be successful, meeting of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee, which considered the Public Contracts Commission bill. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that indeed in that meeting, although I'm not a member, that indeed they gave great consideration to, or at least they gave time to members, and if I'm not mistaken, even others who may have had, in fact, I did see the current Contractor General at least waiting. Not sure if he was eventually called in, but there were technical experts. There were the people from the Surgeon's office, the drafters, if you will, Madam Speaker. There were members. So yes, the reason I know that it was a very long meeting in terms of getting people's input in is because we had a meeting scheduled to follow that meeting that did not start until an hour later. So the prescribed time plus an hour or so is what really occupied the space for that particular meeting. Now you would think, Madam Speaker, to give her that, they listened, but if you'd think that after an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and a half or however long the meeting was, that after listening to the concerns that they would have come back, Madam Speaker, to this honorable House with some kind of recommendation for amendment? How is it that you take all the time, you come back here and you say, wow, we did such a wonderful job with the legislation, we listened to everybody, but on points that clearly showed flaws in the bill, there was no change. Just to show you, Madam Speaker, I will begin with the simplest of points, to show you a very basic flaw. Now, my party, the members on this side will not support this bill in its current form, and we will get into the details of that in a minute. But let me just use this one simple example that really does not speak to the kind of politics that is being played or could be played here at all. If you look at the section that speaks to the makeup of the commission, and I'll come back to all of this, but just this one simple point. C, it talks about one civil society senator selected from among the civil society senators on a yearly rotation. And then, Madam Speaker, we look at Schedule 1. My colleague, the member for Albert, pointed it out. Let's turn to Schedule 1, where it tells you how long the appointments are for. It says for 3 years, so this is basic. It's basic. If we are going to have the social partner, the senators from the social partners be appointed, and you are rotating yearly, how can their tenure be for 3 years under Schedule 1? It's sloppiness, Madam Speaker, and it goes to show you that they're not really intent on creating a good bill at all. They are intent on rushing something, ramming it down the throat of Belizeans to say, see, we, on your chest and say, we are good government. When in fact, it is a joke. I listened to my friend from Fort George speak about the fact that we should be happy, our friend from Toledo West, likewise, you should be happy, Mr. Leader of the Opposition and the Opposition, because you're now getting an opportunity to be a part of this, whereas before you did not have a part. You should be happy, they say. Well, Madam Speaker, this is again wolf in sheep's clothing when it comes to good governance, because under the current makeup, what is being proposed here, Madam Speaker, what we will see is a political football being played with contracts in this country. But they also accuse heavily the past administration, Madam Speaker, about what we did in our time. Let's look at that. And I will point out another flaw in their setup before I get into the politics of things. They say that, the UDP never may have one contractor general for 1 year or 2 years or whatever the case may be. What they will not tell you, Madam Speaker, is that there was a reason why that was not done. But the government tried desperately to find somebody that would accept, because there are conditions for this constitutionally appointed position of Contractor General. The Contractor General will become, what do they call them? PEP, politically exposed persons. And there were people who were not willing to do that fit the competency bill that we were looking for. But notice that in their configuration of the commission, nothing, absolutely nothing is spoken now about politically exposed persons. Another flaw in this bill, if you are going to put those persons responsible for contracts in this country, then they must be deemed PEPs, and they must be under the same kind of scrutiny that the Contractor General, but this bill is silent on that. And the reason why these persons are deemed PEP, Madam Speaker, or the Contractor General in particular, since that is the particular office that we're seeking to diminish, and I say diminish, and I'll get to that in a minute. They are now replacing it with a group of people, some of whom will be politically exposed persons. And why do I say that? Because the makeup of the way it is being proposed, Madam Speaker, suggests that it will be made up of people from the from the House of Representatives, because there will be somebody from the opposition side, a member of the National Assembly recommended by the leader of the opposition. That is a PEP. And certainly the civil society senator, Madam Speaker, has to be a PEP. But what about these other people? And my colleagues all made the case and made the case very well that the government is in a fast and loose game to put people who aren't even qualified to oversee these contracts. That's their game. Let's take them one by one, Madam Speaker. And let's look at the hypocrisy in even the way things are worded in terms of putting together this commission. 2A, a person designated by the minister responsible for finance as chairman. So the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance will designate. It says, look at the wording, Madam Speaker, designate somebody, a person. But when you reach to the opposition, look at the language, Madam Speaker, a member of the National Assembly. First of all, you have to be a member, so that limits. You know, we're very limited here. You can poke fun at that if you want. So you're saying that one of the 4, 5 on this side will have to, Madam Speaker, or if you want to extend it to the senators, because it does say National Assembly, you're saying that you will put, and what if none of the 8 on this honorable side then fits the bill, Madam Speaker? Then you're forcing a square into a circle or the other way around. There's no consideration for this kind of thing. But yet, when it comes to the ministers designates, they can pick anybody who they consider is worthy. But we consider worthy and who are professionally able, capable, competent, are not the same thing. And I make that point because this to me seems like the appointments is either going to be a Musa, a Briseño, or a Fonseca, or an Espat, because this is what they do. Every single appointment that does not have a required bill, professional bill, their friends, their families, their cronies are appointed. And it is nepotism to the highest order. We see it. And they are ashamed, they are unashamedly doing this, Madam Speaker. Unashamedly. They have no regret, no remorse. That member from Kayasot got up and even said, oh, there are layers of different nepotism, the international community. Oh, you see, they're not really nepotism because it's appreciated differently in different places. Nonsense. But let me continue, Madam Speaker. B, a member of the National Assembly recommended. No, the minister can designate, but the opposition can recommend only. So what does that say? And the devil is in the details with these words. So the leader of the opposition or the opposition can recommend. Brother Shine, I recommend you. But the Prime Minister, whoever is selecting the commission, could say, well, I don't want to hear your recommendation. I want to do my own thing. You could recommend. You're not designating, as was in the case in A. If you're going to play with tricks, you don't tell me about calm down. I'm not to punch no wall to them. I guarantee you that. I made the point, Madam Speaker, about C. Again, one civil society senator selected from among the civil society senators, and they will rotate. Now, I made the point that Schedule 1 says you have to be there for 3 years. There's no lesser term for a senator from the civil society. There's a serious conflict here, and that needs to be fixed. That should have been one of the recommendations that they've adopted, but they don't care about that. They just want to push it down. But if that is the case, how do you begin the rotation? Who's going to be the first in line? And don't tell me about the fact that those civil society senators don't have political alignments. In fact, we see them from time to time.
They're speaking. Other members have to be quiet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then when we get to D, we get back, you notice whenever they talk about the ministers, we get back to designated. They don't recommend again that designated, no, again, a person designated by the minister responsible for the public service. And then we get to the Attorney General, same language is used, designated. Madam Speaker, this must be mischief. And all of my colleagues who rose on this side already made the point that this is now control. They want to railroad the process. If you listen to them and they go with what they've accused the UDP of trying to bypass all procedures of a contractor general who is constitutionally appointed and protected, they are now placing this in the hands of a commission. They talk nothing about tenure for these people and protection under the Constitution. Nothing is mentioned. They speak nothing about them, as I've already said, being politically exposed persons. But the biggest crime in all of this, Mr. Speaker, maybe I should use the word crime, not using it loosely. The biggest attempt at doing something wrong here, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that they want to take control of it. You see, if they have a person designated by the finance minister, and he is the chair, and he will have an original, and he will have a casting vote from what I recall. And then you have one member of the opposition, and then our friends over there, at least you get one, and no, they never got none, blah, blah, blah. It's cosmetic and nonsense. And then you will have another one by the public service minister, another designate. And then, Mr. Speaker, they will have a person designated by the Attorney General, so that's three. 3 out of 5. So even if the opposition representative, who we can't guarantee will come at the recommendation of the leader of the opposition, and they decide, you know what, throw everything through the door, ultimately it comes down to a vote. We have to vote on who is going to get this contract. The representative of the finance minister, the representative of the public service minister, and the representative of the attorney general, regardless of anything else, can overrule and can bring about the contracts who they want. Now, let's Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of argument, or to give them the benefit of the doubt, let's say that they genuinely want, Mr. Speaker, to create a system that is fair. Let's even give them, if you will, for a minute, that the UDP had all kind of bad intention and they may try run off with all the contracts, blah, blah, blah. Let's give them all of that. The people voted for you, my friends, overwhelmingly. You get up and say that every time. Respect the will of the people. The people don't want to see any more corruption. And if 3 out of 5 of your flunkies, your appointees, your designates are going to determine who gets every government contract, what do you think will happen? I made the point for my friend, the member for Belize Rural Central, Mr. Speaker, in the fact that she chaired the meeting of the committee, the standing committee that dealt with this bill. And you know, basically the member got up to say, I don't know how to say, but the government will have its way at the end of the day, and that is the same thing that will come with the Speaker when it is this commission is brought to make decisions. Let's go on to section 2.4, Mr. Speaker. And this is laughable. Now check this out. They say, for the purpose of the discharge of its functions, the commission may delegate, words again, by order published in the Gazette, any of its powers to and impose any of its duty on the contractor general. So, I think it was the member for Fort George who said, He said that they are taking away the powers from one man and putting it. He's exactly correct. But what they are now, by this design, you don't even have to have a control. You have to have one, but you don't even have to give him any responsibility. That's what Section 2.4 is saying. The commission may delegate. So if which was the point my friend from Albert was also making, if the commission decides that they will just have the contractor general sit down and twiddle his thumbs all day long, he will get paid for that. Because they may decide not to give him anything to do. And I listened to them again talk about not reinventing the wheel, how I think when this was introduced, Mr. Speaker, they spoke about that this is something that they do in Jamaica, and there's a commission there, and there's a contractor general there, and well, look at what happens in Jamaica. In Jamaica, yes, there is a commission, and yes, there is a contractor general, but the contractor general is the person who does the work. And my friend from Fort George was right, that one man and a lot of work, which is why the point made by our friend from Mesopotamia is so key. If it is you feel that the workload is so big, is so huge, then give the man what he requires, or the lady what she requires, in order to perform the very, very big task. This requires a lot of professional people who know what they're doing. You know, require a flunky of the Minister of Finance, and a flunky of the Attorney General, and a flunky of the Ministry of the Public Service, the Minister. Requires professional people. It reminds me of the argument that Madam Chief Justice Arana was making. Rather than talk a lot of nonsense about the judiciary, give them the wherewithal, the tools, the materials, the support, the financing, in order for them to get things done. But you're not serious about your things, your changes are cosmetic. All you're trying to do is to hurry to do something. Let's say, oh, within the first 100 days, look at what we've done, look at what we've done. Nonsense. There is no qualification required, Mr. Speaker. None. None of this says that the person who the Minister of Finance picks must be somebody who is a trained engineer or a trained finance person. None. It's not there. It's non-existent. None of that. Nothing is said about those that are designated from the Public Service Minister or the Attorney General Minister either. None of that, Mr. Speaker. But if it is that those on the other side are not just giving lip service, because I will concede, Mr. Speaker, that there are tremendous flaws in the structure that was there. To begin with, to find somebody who will take on the designation of PEP, it's a struggle. I will concede that there might be flaws in a lot of the structures. In fact, when my friend, the member for Kaya South, was the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, this is why he's so hypocritical. I listened to his leader this morning talk nonsense about what used to happen in the Public Accounts Committee. We had some very good discussions in the Public Accounts Committee as to what reforms need to happen. But when it came time to give reporting, he was political and he disregarded all of those suggestions. And even as they tried to amend the standing orders to allow for a joint Public Accounts Committee, now you will see again it's cosmetic. All the details of what my friends from Kaya South wanted to put in, now are they in there? All they wanted to try to join up and say, oh, we accomplished another thing in our first 100 days. Nonsense. But if they really want, let's progress. 4B, Madam Speaker, talks about the principal objects of the Commission. And it says, A, the promotion of efficiency in the process of award and implementation of public contracts and ensuring transparency and equity in the awarding of such contracts. And B, investigating of any fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste, or abuse in the award of public contracts. Can we suggest, and would you be able to take it, member for Freetown, that we are genuinely suggesting to improve this bill, that we include a section that insists that one of the objectives be that we try to get value for money for these contracts, because that is missing from there. We make some other suggestions. You look at the functions of the commission, and this one was raised in the standing committee, I'm told, by our two capable representatives of the opposition. They suggested to them when they got to 5I that one of the functions of the commission ought to be the overseeing the activities of sector committees. What in the world is sector committees? They raised it. There is no description of sector committees in the definition portion of the bill. And the response was, oh, we will get it done. Reminds me of the UN charter that they just approved when they asked about going back and making sure they can't go back to do nonsense. But they said we'd get it done. They call it a reservation. There's a reservation. Well, rather than reserve things because we don't trust you, why don't you make the fixes now? This is the people's business. If you are serious, Mr. Government, about making sure that these things are truly for transparency and openness, let's fix it now. Let's fix the fact that 3 of your ministers are going to dominate this commission and give the contract to who they want. Begin with that. And then all that you have outlined, let's deal with that. Look at section 6. Everything there, the commission may make regulations prescribing. None of these regulations have been made yet. Let's make the regulations before we leave things to chance. What is the rush? Make regulations as to how the qualifications required of prospective contractors for registration and classification under this part, how will that play out? Make the regulations for the procedure for the submission of tenders for public contract. Nail it down, solidify it, put it here, put it in a schedule, put it in the legislation, so we don't leave it to the commission, as my friend described it in the book. It's almost like you're telling the commission, all right, we'll put you into effect, and then as you go along, you put the pieces together. It is a recipe, Mr. Speaker, for disaster. A lot is too wide, and a lot is not properly explained. And the devil can be in the details when the People's United Party government presides over the government. Mr. Speaker, then there is section 20. That's the last section I'm going to do. There's much more. I mean, the whole bill, as you go through it, as you walk yourself through it, Mr. Speaker, it is unpreparedness. Having looked at the standing orders motion as well, that they're going to try to make changes to the public accounts, to make it a joint public accounts committee, it's the same thing. It's sloppiness. They're trying to push these things down the throat of the Belizean people without being completely ready. But I beg the member for Freetown, the Minister of Education, to explain how is it that you can put in here, and you're an attorney, sir, I suspect that is why they've asked you to present the bill, and not the Prime Minister. But how is it that you can do this? In exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3.4, the Contractor General shall be subject to the direction or control of the Commission, and no proceedings of the Contractor General or the direction and control of the Commission shall be called into question in any court of law by way of certiorari or any other means. These are legal, fancy legal terms. So are you saying there can be no judicial review? Can this be done? So there is a lot, Mr. Speaker, that is questioned. And it's not enough to have a nice fancy long meeting and not get into the details and not being able to explain exactly how things are going to work. And if what the Prime Minister said this morning is any indication of what is to come, as he already told the Belizean people, he said it this morning loud and clear. He said that when the situation with Bill and the Eleanor Hall building, this commission, Contracts Commission, is going to investigate. So Monday already to tell her that he will make retroactive inquiries into what has happened, which is okay, but I don't know that you have the power to do that under here because you have not properly thought out. This is a bill that you've put out there, and there are lots of flaws. So I recommend, Mr. Speaker, I am all for improving the way that contracts are awarded so that we can make for better transparency, so that we can make for better accountability, but you are not serious about that, and you have an opportunity to get it right. Do not rush this bill. Send it back to the committee. Listen to people out there. Make the changes. Do not put your political will. Take it out of the hands of your 3 political ministerial colleagues selecting flunkies. Put it in the hands of the Belizean people. Give the senators then and the opposition an opportunity to put it in check. That's not here. So in its current form, I want to be clear, we cannot support this bill. But if you're ever serious about putting together something that will really change the way we award those contracts so that there is accountability and transparency, we are here and we are ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member from Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've sat by quite intently and purposefully today, just listening to the members on the other side pontificate, to use the word of the leader of the opposition, ad nauseum, actually going so far as to condemn all of these good governance legislation that on the last occasion they were so eager to get. They were begging us, bring the legislation. And here we are today presenting a contingency bill for a contingency fund, and they object to that. They don't want to see us compartmentalize funds, because what they used to do, if you recall, Mr. Speaker, before elections, they would draw money from all over the place.
On a point of order, the point of order is we're
Mr.
debating.
Speaker, I think we have given this young man enough time today.
We're debating the Public Contracts Commission.
He spoke about it just now. You have to listen.
We are debating the Public
him.
Contracts Commission, Mr. Speaker. We are not debating the contingency bill. We're debating the Public Contracts Commission.
I am answering. He spoke about it, and I can speak on it as well. I am not yielding, sir. You have a problem with that? Don't talk too long. Uno na give the people a chance to miss no man. People tired of uno. Uno got a nerve of how much bad teeth? 30 bad teeth, only 4.5 bad teeth left. One done they drop out already. One bad teeth done they drop out. Only 4 on the left. The people tired of uno. Mr. Speaker, like I said, they have objected to all of these good governance pieces of legislation, including, and you raised it just now again, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, the extension of the PAC. You don't want the Public Accounts Committee to be open to the public, sir? Or you have such problem with good governance? You know what they remind me of, Mr. Speaker? Because I have 2 little boys, and they like sweet. And when you take away the sweet from them, when they're a baby, they bawl. This is what is happening today. They're crying because they're like addicts to corruption. They're addicts and they're missing, they're having withdrawal syndrome from all the corruption. And now, I was taken aback because what this Public Contracts Commission is doing is creating a whole other layer of transparency and accountability, which includes their side. And so whenever a contract comes up for consideration, they will have an opportunity to look at it and to weigh in. But you see what they're doing now? The leader of the opposition, and sometimes you have to be careful how much you talk, because he turned to his left and he looked down the aisle and he saw three individuals, and he said, I have to pick for one a day. He doesn't even trust or have confidence in his own people. They must not have a bad weekend. They must not have a terrible weekend knowing that their leader does not trust any owner to sit down on this commission. That I am floored by that. Member for myself, you should feel awful that this man have no confidence in you. None at all. And what they're afraid of the most, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that this commission got teeth. No rotten teeth like real teeth. Power to investigate any fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste or abuse in the award of public contracts. Mr. Emir Hernandez, are you 8 miles of Farbers Road? You're $8 million for 1 mile of Farbers Road. I could see why you're not worried. I could see why you're concerned. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we are witnessing right now, and it will probably continue every time we have a House meeting, is that the addicts are seeing it slipped away. The power that they once had being taken away from them. And now they're objecting to everything that's good governance. I am surprised, Mr. Speaker. So, I just want to weigh in, Mr. Speaker, to say I fully support this Public Contracts Commission. It is a step in the right direction. I think the leader of the opposition at the ending of his speech actually recognized that there are flaws in the current system. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it for 13 years. You go up on Chetomal Street, you've seen it. How much time they have to do over Chetomal Street? And then the big building costs, how much, Mr. Leader of Opposition? $27 million, really? $350. Or how much, where honorable? Wow. Per square foot. That is the type of thing you all want to continue, right? That's what you want to continue, but it done. You don't have to give up. It's over, sir. It's over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member from Freetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe everyone has spoken who wishes to speak on the bill. And so in closing, Mr. Speaker, the debate, just make a few brief comments. And I thank all the members. I thank all the members for their contributions for the bill, for the debate. I should, at the outset, the leader of the opposition has been in the House for, I think, 18, as long as I have been, 18 years or so. And he should know that amendments to the bill are moved after the debate. They are moved in the committee of the whole. That is when amendments to the bill are moved. And that is when that will come up. The amendments that were made at the committee will come up at the committee of the whole, which takes place after the debate, not before the debate. Just a point of clarification, because they continue to confuse the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely clear that the leader of the opposition and his party the United Democratic Party have learned absolutely nothing from their humiliating defeat on November 11th. It is the same petty, vindictive, arrogant United Democratic Party. They have learned nothing. And what that means is that they will continue to be in the opposition for a very long time. You know, I think I use the word petty and arrogant and vindictive, but I think the member for Mesop had some much more graphic and descriptive words when he talked about the leader of the opposition not too long ago, when he was not supporting him for leader, and then he switched to supporting him for leader. He had a lot of descriptive words to describe the leader of the opposition. Very accurate description, by the way. So, the point been made, Mr. Speaker, are very important points, and I just wish to reiterate. It's very disappointing, as other members on this side have said, to see the opposition defending the status quo. But we are not surprised by that, because we know that they have all benefited from the status quo. They have all benefited from this culture of corruption that exists in our country today. Where were their voices? Where were their voices when all these bloated contracts, all these corrupt contracts were being issued right, left, and center by their government? Where were their voices? Now all of a sudden, they seem to have knocked their heads and come to their senses and have all sorts of suggestions for reform, when they sat by for 12 and a half years and did absolutely nothing to strengthen the institutions of governance in this country. Now they come here without shame and try to propose amendments and pretend that they care about reform and that they care about accountability and transparency, when they did absolutely nothing when they had an opportunity to do something about it. This government, Mr. Speaker, as I said when I introduced the bill, was elected with a strong, unquestionable mandate for reform, an unquestionable mandate for putting an end specifically to bloated public contracts. That was a big part of the campaign. You know that. Belizean people know that. There was a hue and cry from the Belizean people over public contracts issued by the United Democratic Party government. Everybody in this country knew that those were bloated, corrupt contracts where money was being diverted, public monies diverted into the coffers of politicians and the United Democratic Party. And voters on November 11th, loudly and clearly across this country, came out quietly and voted to put an end to that. And we have a duty and an obligation and a responsibility to fix it. And that is what our Prime Minister and our government is doing. And this bill is a part of fixing that problem. As I said in the introduction, Mr. Speaker, at present, what we have is the Office of the Contractor General that not only monitors, as my colleagues have said, but also approves the award of public contracts by the government of Belize. The Office of the Contractor General, which, by the way, as my friend, the member for Fort George, reminded me, and as the member for Toledo West mentioned, they sat there, over there, with their piousness for almost 18 months. This country did not have a Contractor General. Now you come here today talking about how important you have to protect the integrity of the Office of the Contractor General. When you sat right there, both of you who are here now, all of you, all the leader of the opposition included, there was no Contractor General for 18 months. Contracts being signed right, left, and center. No oversight, none at all. And you have the gall to come here and talk about defending the Contractor General. That office was not working and is not working. So that office is vested with the power to investigate allegations of fraud, mismanagement, waste, abuse. And that office holder acts alone in the exercise of these investigatory powers. No oversight from anybody, though his decisions enjoy exclusion of judicial oversight in most regards. And what this bill before us, Mr. Speaker, Belizean people should know, is that this Public Contracts Commission is designed to create a greater degree of independence and transparency. And the Contractor General, who, by the way, is right in the Act, Section 19 of the Act, creates and establishes the Office of the Contractor General, appointed by the Governor General. That stays in place. The Contractor General will be appointed by the Governor General. But this commission will have the power, supervisory and investigatory power. So instead of being vested in this one individual, it is now vested in this commission, which, as we have pointed out, has representation not only from the government, but from the opposition and from civil society. Civil society will, for the first time in this country, for the first time as it relates to the award of contracts, the opposition and civil society will have an opportunity to be at the table and to review these contracts, to provide their views on the contract. For the first time, how can you be against that? How can you be against that? How can you come here and defend the status quo where these things are done in an office by one individual without anyone else having any authority to review those contracts? So, Mr. Speaker, the Belizean people are demanding greater oversight and accountability over public contracts. As I said, they are demanding that this steady flow of public funds from government coffers to political cronies and corrupt business persons and public officials be ended once and for all. And this bill begins that process, and it also importantly, as I said at the introduction, strengthens our investment climate. These are the types of things that investors look to ensure that there is a greater climate of transparency and accountability as it relates to the award of contracts. So it strengthens your investment climate, and it delivers, Mr. Speaker, on our PUP government's good governance agenda contained in Plan Belize. And I encourage all members to support the bill.
I recognize the honorable member from Rinjwak North. Anybody else? Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the Office of the Public Contract Commission to monitor the award and implementation of public contracts for the purpose of ensuring that such contracts are awarded impartially and on merit, to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste or abuse in the award of public contracts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to establish the Office of the Public Contracts Commission to monitor the awards and implementation of public contracts for the purpose of ensuring that such contracts are awarded impartially and on merit, to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste, or abuse in award of public contract, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the public in the gallery to leave during this portion of the sitting.
I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systemic circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Central Bank Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for emergency programs and facilities in unusual and exigent economic, financial, or systematic circumstances, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Finance and Audit Reform Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the establishment of a contingencies fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental to.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, provide for the establishment of a contingencies fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Finance and Audit Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the establishment of a contingency fund to be used for urgent and unforeseen expenditure for which no other provision exists, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Contracts Commission Bill 2021 and passed it with amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to establish the Office of the Public Contracts Commission to monitor the award and implementation of public contracts for the purpose of ensuring that such contracts are awarded impartially and on merit, to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste or abuse in the award of public contracts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the Office of the Public Contracts Commission to monitor the award and implementation of public contracts for the purpose of ensuring that such contracts are awarded impartially and on merit, to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste or abuse in the award of public contracts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to establish the Office of the Public Contracts Commission to monitor the award and implementation of public contracts for the purpose of ensuring that such contracts are awarded impartially and on merit, to investigate fraud, corruption, mismanagement, waste, or abuse in the award of public contracts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Recognize Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to discuss a matter that I consider of national importance. It has been well established that both the pandemic and the unprecedented flooding late last year has contributed, Madam Speaker, to Belize having a major economic crisis. If you'd allow me to refer to my notes so I can get these figures correct. In December, the Statistical Institute of Belize reported that in the second quarter of 2020, it brought about the largest quarterly decline on record. The economy declined by 23%, largely due to a downturn in the service sector. Preliminary third quarter reports, Madam Speaker, estimates that the months of July to September 2020, that there will be another decline of 13.2% in comparison to the same 3 months the year before. The total value of goods and services produced within the country for that same period, third quarter of 2020, stood at $578.9 million, down by $87.8 million from the $667 million produced in the third period of 2019. All indications, Madam Speaker, is that things have not gotten better. In fact, for some businesses, things are getting worse. And in the foreseeable future, thousands of Belizeans have lost their jobs, Madam Speaker. I had the occasion just this week to do some house-to-house visits in my constituency. And there are a number of families, Madam Speaker, where both breadwinners are no longer gainfully employed. The struggle, Madam Speaker, is real. And it's heartbreaking when parents can't put food on the table, when parents are not sure if they will be able to pay their utility bills for the month, or whether or not they will get a letter of eviction because they haven't been able to meet their rent. A lot has been said, Madam Speaker, about what the previous administration didn't do. But not enough is said about the kind of support, Madam Speaker, that the UDP administration was able to provide citizens at an unprecedented time in Belize. None of us went looking for COVID. And none of us in this room, Madam Speaker, wanted to witness or to experience the kind of fallout from the floods. But that's the reality, Madam Speaker. In the Barrow administration, the unemployment relief program, which is no more, put $34.5 million in the hands of over 45,000 citizens countrywide in phase 1. And in phase 2, it was another $38.6 million. And that was for COVID relief funds. Of course, this was not enough to satisfy all the needs of our citizens countrywide, but it surely helped, Madam Speaker, and I can speak to those who live in my constituency, to keep food on the table, to make sure that there was internet available so that our young students could keep up with their schoolwork. The food assistance program was able to reach 12,000 individuals or 4,000 families for a period of 6 months. Given the modality that was chosen, Madam Speaker, for the food pantry program to be packaged and distributed, several single-parent households were also able to get jobs. I have recently reopened my constituency office, and the lack of access to government-led and financed social programs, Madam Speaker, is really putting a hurting on families, and by extension, a hurting on the entire community. Hundreds of businesses of various sizes, micro enterprises and young and individual entrepreneurs in particular, have either have to stop creating, or they've been able to close down completely, as they have seen massive reduction in their operations, in their sales, and their ability to provide services. For these young entrepreneurs and for these micro enterprises, the profits have virtually disappeared. These MSMEs did get some relief under the UDP administration. Financing opportunities were made through the Micro and Medium Enterprises COVID Relief Program. $3 million were invested, and with this investment, Madam Speaker, 1,400 entrepreneurs received grants of up to $1,500. And 242 small and medium enterprises were able to access low-interest loans through the National Bank of Belize with favorable terms and conditions for repayment. For small enterprises, The max on those loans were 15,000. For medium enterprises, 25,000, depending on the number of employees they were willing to maintain as we try to find a way forward with this pandemic. In addition, Madam Speaker, humanitarian relief was provided to flood victims. And with the support of the World Bank, there was an agreement to reallocate $8.5 million to be used to support Belize's agricultural sector and improve food security in the context of the pandemic. The program sought to benefit, and I pull this from the World Bank's website, 8,700 agricultural households in rural communities. I say that to say this. It is a difficult time, and there is a need for some sort of fiscal reform. But while we work through that process, Madam Speaker, there are families, there are entrepreneurs, there are micro businesses, there are small and medium enterprises, particularly in the productive sector, who are crying out for help. I'm yet to hear, Madam Speaker, other than the appointment of this Economic Recovery Task Force, any tangible plans we have for government to either extend, expand, or reconstruct any of these social assistance initiatives. The tourism sector is down. And as most of you know in this house, that's a sector that is very near and dear to my heart. But what are the plans that are being contemplated to ensure that stakeholders can keep their heads above water as we wait for the pandemic to be under control, or for a vaccine to come, or anything that will help to improve the conditions for doing and experiencing tourism in Belize? I think there is a need, Madam Speaker, while we can all understand that the Economic Recovery Task Force needs to do a deep dive to look at all the variables, that there must be some low-lying fruits that can assist us to bridge the gap until we can find the ultimate solutions. What is the plan for alternative livelihoods for those who are not able to meaningfully engage in tourism as we continue to go through, to suffer through the crisis that we're in? It was in a press release issued by the Prime Minister's office at the time the Economic Recovery Team was appointed. And in that press release, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, the honorable member of this House, called for urgent consideration and action. I would like to inquire, Madam Speaker, as to exactly where we are, since it was acknowledged it's a situation that we must treat with the highest level of priority. Madam Speaker, I see the pain and the worry and the concern of those who want to work, who want to be meaningfully engaged, who, no fault of theirs, have had to catch and kill, do whatever it is necessary to ensure that they can take care of their families. They don't want to be a burden to the state, but they have no option at this time until we move post haste to create opportunities for one or two things: social assistance program or new job opportunities. You see, when you're hungry, you can't wait. You simply can't wait. And if we do nothing, we must first take care of the needs of our citizens. I noted, Madam Speaker, that the Minister, the member from Caribbean Shores, is taking some proactive steps to look at the cannabis industry as a potential opportunity, but that's still down the road. And so I would like to ask the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet that when we report every week on the matters discussed in these meetings, in the weekly cabinet meetings, that we place number one on the agenda, not only how we are going to mitigate the risk of COVID-19, that's absolutely important, the health and wellness of our citizens, but also how we are going to put people back to work, how we are going to continue to reopen our economy so that people can keep their dignity intact and they don't have to come knocking on doors to be able to provide for their families. There is, I know, big discussion that's ongoing on the preparation for our budget exercise for the 2022 budget. And I would like to urge the Prime Minister and his cabinet as you speak to the business sector and as you speak to those in the public service, as you speak to the members of the union, don't forget the unique situation of families who simply cannot earn a living at this time. I'd like to implore central government to do whatever it can in concert with local governments, whether those local governments are of different political persuasions, so that we can bring much needed relief to those who need it the most. And please do not tell me that because they happen to have a fridge in their homes and because they own a stove or they may have a television, that they are not eligible to get food. Because that's what happens. No, Mr. Prime Minister, you might be out of touch, but when citizens call to register for food assistance, that's the kind of questions that they are asked. Those things were there prior to COVID, prior to them losing their jobs. And all I ask, I make an urgent plea for citizens all over this country who are feeling the pinch. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognized Prime Minister.
Speaker, for a moment, the honourable member from Albert was sounding like a PUP. But I think our parents were PUPs, huh? Something gone wrong there. But on a serious note, a feeling, we know that there is a lot of hardships out there. It's a pity that you never realize that people will suffer before November 11th. Because if you'd have known that, because if you had realized that people are suffering before November 11th, probably you may do little better. Maybe you may get more than 42 votes if you are visiting the people in your constituency. And I say that just to make the point. I say this to make the point. When you were talking, I never interrupt you, man.
Members, we're on Standing Order 13, where we speak about matters of national importance. Ministers do have that right to reply to any matter that was raised on that matter of national importance. Can we please try to adhere to this?
Madam Speaker, the point is, Madam Speaker, that there is a lot of suffering right here, right now in this country. And yes, some of it is attributed to COVID. But it is so much worse right now because the previous government squandered the money. $500 billion from Petro-Caribbean, they gone with it. The oil money, the $650 million, they gone with it. And they borrowed and borrowed and borrowed till no, and they gone with it. We don't gone with it. Let me give you some facts. Let me give you some facts. Madam Speaker, first of all, I never interrupt you, Tracy. I will make you talk, I never interrupt you. These are the facts. The 4 quarters before COVID, before April 1st of last year, you had 3 quarters where the economy contracted. Only 1 quarter of those 4 of them, you had less than 1% growth. This country was already in recession long before COVID. And now they try to hide under COVID. You may don't wreck the economy. That is, check the numbers, check SIB, man.
Members, we are on the last item, which is matters of national importance.
Let me give you another important statistics. The average person income per person or real GDP per capita has fallen steadily under the UDP. When the UDP came into government, in 2008, when we left the government, it was at $7,412. In 11 years, in 2019, it may gone down to $7,040. You never want me to go up, you want to go back with like the crowd. You are mismanaging the economy. That's not my numbers, it's the SIB numbers. And then after that, with COVID, because things were so bad, we just fell off the cliff. Belize is the one that is hit the worst in all of Latin America and the Caribbean. Because, we don't wreck the economy. Unemployment has gone up to 30%, underemployment to 38%. That's 68% of our people, thanks to the UDP government, is either unemployed or underemployed. If we don't manage the economy better, it would not have been as bad. It took 4 successive governments from 1981 in independence to 1998 for the government to accumulate $700 million in debt. This UDP government, in their last year in government, you know how much it accumulated? $500 million. $500 million they left in the hole. $500 million. When you are talking that you are going to reduce the domestic, that you're going, borrow and you reduce the debt, remember when they were campaigning going into 2008? Yes, better give you a number. The government debt under the UDP has increased by almost $2 billion in domestic debt. $2 billion. And more than triple from you went from 333 million to 1.3 billion. And the external debt has gone up more than the super bond, more than doubling the super bond from 830 million to 1.77 billion dollars. And look at where we are now, worst ever. That is your sad and ugly reality of your government. That's not mine. We will fix it. Trust me, we will fix it. But we can't fix it overnight. We're going to wreck it over 12 years. I know you want me to fix it in 3 months. 12 years you wreck the economy. Now you want me to fix it in 3 months. You said that you are going to reduce the debt to GDP. Right now, the debt to GDP is right now 134.1%. We have the highest in the region. Thanks to you. Now you pass that on away. And I could go on and read out how to wreck this economy. If you were so concerned about poor people, you would not have allowed your Prime Minister and your government to spend $180 million to a road to nowhere to Caracol. You would not have allowed them to spend on a civic center $36 million, which young people still can't use because it's too expensive. When people in your area need job and they need to eat, $8 million for one road, 1 mile of road. Eleanor Hall building now, Naomi could spend $25 billion, and the list could go on. If you were so concerned about poor people, you'd have stood up and tell your government, enough, we can't continue to go down that road. I was hoping that our honorable members from the other side will be a bit contrite about their ways when they were in government. That they would have been a bit more humble, and that they could have listened to what the Belizean people just told them. And that in a time when we are in such a crisis, that they would have said, you know what, let us roll up our sleeves and work with the government. Because not only the UDP or the PUP people to feel, like everybody to feel. You know, it pains me, just like you, member from Albert, when one lady called me, going from work, we are 30 tonight, I'm trying to get home. And he told me, Mr. Johnny, please help me. He said, I lose my job. My husband not at work. My 2 daughters not at work. None of them work. And now my sister, why they stay in her house? Because she not at work and she need the money. She go out coming for me to give her rent. That is the sad reality. It's not only in Albert, it's all over the country. And this government is doing everything possible to get the economy back on track so that we could create jobs for the Belizean people. That is why we had to open up the Corozal in the northern, the Corozal free zone. The Minister of Health wanted us to hold it back a little bit because of the concerns with COVID, and rightly so. But people need to eat. People want work. And that is why we agreed to open the zone, but under strict conditions, so that we could do our best to protect the people. It was your Prime Minister, when you were in government, remember when we were exporting cattle, and the then Prime Minister shut it down and called these hard-working Belizeans money launderers, and that they were not paying their taxes, which was not true. Because there people pay GST, they pay BAHA, they pay the Cattle Association, they pay their taxes. But now, our Minister of Agriculture, from day one get in and start work, and right now we just export cattle, we export pork, we export chicken, we export eggs. All of that is even into the Caribbean. Things we would have never do. But we are getting it done. They abandoned the sugar roads that our farmers can't work. And we leave it the money. We managed to fix them. We still have a lot more to fix. Not only sugar roads, all across the country. Because our people out in the fields need to work. But to not gone with all of the money. All of the money we're selling or we don't spend, that money should have gone out to until March. But because there's an election, you know, gone and just give everything. I know you are come and cry and tell me as if we don't want to do. We to do. We to do it, leave it. But we to make sure that the people get it. No corrupt minister out there to get it like what happened under your watch. That is the difference. But a member from Albert, make we sit down and work together, man. Make we be different. You don't have to behave like before. I really and truly expected that you guys would come down here and say, make we work together. We want to work with you. We really and truly want us to work together. But we could only do that if you all are prepared to do your part. It is important to point out that a lot of this wouldn't have been as bad as it is today if we had back then a government that was prudent, a government that was working for the people, a government that was expanding the economy, but none of that happened. And because of that, COVID made it so much worse to the Belizean people. We are going to do everything we could possibly do to help people, to try to continue the grocery bag program, to try to see how we could do one day cash transfer to the Belizean people for those that need. More importantly, we want to get them back to work. Our Belizean people and our proud people, they don't want you to get them a leaf hand down. They want to go back to work. That's why the Minister of Tourism, we work with him right now to see how we could start to bring back the tourists into this country and expand agriculture, expand the BPOs. That is what you talk when you're thinking about an economy and about getting people out of poverty. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize member for Orange Walk North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak about the situation in Orange Walk North in regards to the progress that has been done in the face of the dire situation that we encountered when we took office in November last year. Madam Speaker, these times are very rough and very, very tough. Not even the immediate future can be predictable. It is very, very uncertain. According to recent statistics, unemployment is at 30%. And if you consider the underemployed, it's hovering around 50%. That means things are bad. Business is bad. Many businesses that closed their doors a few months ago have not even reopened. Many of them are only partially reopened. Others have only recently reopened. And so jobs are scarce. Money is scarce. And how did we get to this point, Madam Speaker? According to a World Bank report, Belize experienced negative growth in our per capita income, as the Prime Minister said, in the years of 2018 and 2019 consecutively under the previous UDP administration. This means that from before 2020, before COVID-19, we were already in recession. Things were already bad from before COVID-19. Our economy was already floundering.
One second, member, there's a point of order.
Madam Speaker, the member is allowed to speak on one issue. I may have missed it. I don't think he declared that issue, but it would seem to me that he needs to limit it to one thing and
I made it clear from the start that this is the progress we have done in face of the dire situation we encountered when we came into office. So this is a brief history. Honorable, please, you had your turn to speak.
Madam Speaker. I'm quite aware of Standing Order 13. It is about a matter, one matter of national, not urgent, that would be Standing Order 14, of which I am required to be given notice, of which no member has given me notice. So we're on Standing Order 13. It is a matter, a singular matter of national importance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Then in 2020 came the COVID-19 pandemic, which caused drastic paradigm changes in the structure of our economy and in the design of our way of life. It struck strongly at our health system and at our social fabric.
Member, you do have to state the matter of national importance.
Yes, I am getting to that. I am. Yeah. The fusion of an already ailing economy, Madam Speaker, together with the ravages of COVID-19 and the ensuing precautionary and mandatory measures created the perfect problem which we now have to address and which we, the new People's United Party government, will solve. Madam Speaker, the previous UDP government, and they don't like to hear it, enjoyed a period of abundance during 12 years in office. They had $450 million plus of Petro-Carib funds. They borrowed without limit in the name of the people of Belize. And instead of saving and investing prudently, they engaged in schemes of squander and corruption. Multi-million-dollar loans were made to fund bloated contracts. Massive lands frauds were done in the Ministry of Lands to the tune of over $70 million that cost the Belizean taxpayers. Massive fraud in the passport and visa selling schemes in which UDP ministers were involved. Overpriced contracts for roads works of the lowest grade and poorest quality. Payment by the ex-Prime Minister Barrow to Michael Ashcroft of $600 million of the people's money because of the legal follies committed by him and his brother.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Member, we have a point of order. Yes, member from Mesopotamia.
Madam Speaker, you made a ruling that the member from Orange Walk has to speak on a matter of public concern. He has yet to give us what that matter of public concern is, and he's going over a variation of matters. I would ask that you guide him according to the standing orders.
Thank you, member, for your reminder. Greatly appreciated.
It is a public concern.
Member for Orange Walk North. Many things are of public concern. Unfortunately, Standing Order 13 requires only one to be addressed.
Well, I specified it from the start, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Yeah, so many UDP ministers really got rich, Madam Speaker. And we ended up with a government with rich ministers and a country where people are getting poorer. Consequently, Madam Speaker, when we won the elections in November, we found a bankrupt government, ministries and departments that had no money, no functioning machinery, outdated office equipment. Now we are burdened additionally with a huge growing debt and fiscal deficit, which is at 135% our GDP ratio. In spite of this, Madam Speaker, in Orange Rock North, we have been working to improve the lives of our Norteños as best as we can. Given the few resources available, and with the great spirit of work and cooperation and productivity from my fellow ministers and our Prime Minister. In Trial Farm, when we were hit by the heavy rains in mid-November, only days after we were sworn into office, we managed to extensively fix the long-existing drainage problems and build the necessary drainage arteries to mitigate those floods. The works were so successful that the waters of the flooded yards, homes, and streets subsided quicker than we expected. They went down in less than 24 hours. And still, the work continues in Trial Farm, with the repairing of village streets and the replacements of culverts to restore the village's infrastructure to a deserving, decent level. And there is more to come for the other villages in Orange Rock North. Madam Speaker, we are also working on the sugar roads in San Lorenzo area, the San Luis San Jose area, the San Jose San Pablo area, the San Juan Douglas area, and San Roman area.
Member, I was just about to address. Kindly have your seat. Member for Orange Walk North, I'm going to have to kindly ask you to wrap up because indeed there are several public concerns you're citing. This motion, the standing order, my apologies, really is for one. I think I've been more than generous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wrapping up now. Few minutes.
Let's wrap that up quickly, member, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. There is much more work to be done. It is a fraction, a healthy fraction, albeit, of what needs to be done. And the work is being done so that the cane farmers, the caneros, the hard-working, productive caneros can get their product, the cane, to the mill with the least of problems possible in a timely fashion. We have yet to fix the San Antonio-Santa Cruz Road. We have to recondition many more feeder roads, and that will be done. We will accomplish and achieve because we came into government with the will to serve our people. We are delivering so early in our term, and we'll continue to deliver for the good of all Belizeans. Thank you. God bless us all.
Member for Dangriga.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to raise a very important issue of national importance, Madam Speaker, and it has to do with the suffering of the residents of the Dangriga constituency. If you go to our constituency, Madam Speaker, and you have an opportunity to discuss how things are with our people, they will relate to you that things are difficult. They don't have jobs. They have not had opportunity, especially within Dangriga, to have a house lot, much less to own a home. And when they have been given opportunities to buy house lots, those are given to them in swamps, Madam Speaker, in swamps near the Gragra Lagoon. And this is, Madam Speaker, with having had a UDP town council under a UDP government. We are now saddled, Madam Speaker, as has been said over and over today, and which cannot be understated. We have inherited this from the 12-and-a-half-year term of the last UDP administration. So this, I don't think anybody in the country of Belize, Madam Speaker, will not consider the suffering of our own people as not being something of national importance. And you know that in Dangriga we have said that we have been one of the last areas to get attention, to get resources, to get opportunities. This is something, Madam Speaker, that is very important and something that we are working towards to alleviate now with this new administration. We are grateful to have had the visit of the Minister of Natural Resources. 3 days he spent there, all day, from early in the morning till late at night, meeting people one by one, very humbly, one by one, listening to their concerns, not even getting up to eat. This is the kind of effort that now we have to make, Madam Speaker, to alleviate the poverty that has been brought on, the suffering that has been brought on by 12-and-a-half years of the UDP administration that preceded us. But we need the nation to know that our people are taking a licking because of what has transpired before. We cannot understate this. We cannot understate why it is that our people are suffering like this. And as our Prime Minister mentioned earlier, we cannot solve this in 3 months, but we are working hard to be able to alleviate the suffering that our people are experiencing right now. So, Madam Speaker, we hope that all the measures that we're taking, that we've discussed today in this Honorable House, all the measures of anti-corruption, all the measures to improve our economy, will hopefully sooner rather than later bring the alleviation that our people deserve. But this suffering should never have occurred in the first instance, because the last administration had 12-and-a-half years to serve our people, but did not do that. They served themselves instead. And that is why our people are suffering today. I am very honored, Madam Speaker, to be with a group here on this side of the House who have committed themselves to serve, to put our people first, so that they get the benefits that they should be getting. It is the people who pay the taxes. It is the private sector who create jobs. These are the people who deserve to be facilitated by a government, not the government ministers. We are servants. So I had to stand up today, Madam Speaker, to express these grave concerns, but to assure you and the country that we're going to work as hard as possible to make things better for our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek leave to speak on a matter of national importance, which is the state of emergency response. I would like to say good afternoon to the people of Mesopotamia who elected me here. I would also like to commend you, Madam Speaker, because earlier I spoke of professionals who can conduct affairs with integrity, and you personified that in your management of the House thus far. It is, for me, a distinct privilege to serve in this honorable House. And the people of Mesopotamia did not send me here to argue and insult the Prime Minister, who, again, I always say, so cordial. I've been coming here for 5 years. Remember, I used to sit down in the galleries. And we always exchange pleasantry, and always such a lovely and charming man. But we come in here and, you know, we engage in these activities like the member from Kayo South, insulting and degrading each other. And that is not the purpose. The purpose that we come here for is to advocate on behalf of our constituents. So my constituents in Mesopotamia, like many of the constituents throughout the country right now, are suffering. The members over there said it, the members over here said it, and their constitutional rights, as we speak, are being infringed upon. When you have a regulation in place right now that prohibits the free movement, prohibits the ability to work, the ability to assemble, that are all guaranteed by the Constitution. So when the Honorable Prime Minister comes in here and his members talk about good governance, the first demonstration of good governance was to declare a public state of emergency. The Public Health Act cannot supersede the Constitution. So you have put in place these regulations that have caused extreme hardships. And why the response, the state of emergency response is so important? Because when you prevent people from working, when you prevent people from moving, that's when we end up in the position where I have to ask you, where is the COVID relief fund? Where is the food pantry? You cannot suspend our constitutional rights and then just leave us to suffer. These are grave times, Prime Minister, and it is not your fault. It is not the previous government's fault. We're not here to talk about how corrupt your father was, or how corrupt my father was, or the member from Caribbean Show's father was. We are here to fix the problem. So when you have a state of emergency, that you are restricting the people's constitutional rights, you have a responsibility to respond in turn, and the government continues to fail miserably in its response to the nation's essential need for COVID relief, food and funds. There has been absolutely no accountability and a lack of transparency in the COVID-19 social assistance response. It is completely disturbing and troubling under a state of emergency. This is a state of emergency. This is not regular times. So, whereas on the regular times, why the economy bad, you know, we can't really implement the social programs. No, sir. People are being denied of their constitutional rights. Thus, we need a response that meets the urgency of the day. Almost 100 days, and there still has been no concrete information forthcoming from the Minister of Human Development, the Prime Minister, or his cabinet, detailing how many people have applied for food assistance, How many people have been approved for food assistance? And how many people are actually receiving food assistance? Again, this is a state of emergency. These aren't normal times. So, Prime Minister, I am not accusing you and your government of not doing your job. I am asking you to account to the people of this country what it is you're doing. Because if you don't detail what the response is, if you don't tell us, the previous Prime Minister, you always talk about him. The previous Prime Minister, under the state of emergency, he declared a state of emergency. He went to the Governor General. He came back to the National Assembly. That is good governance, sir. So you talk about how bad the previous administration was. You're not doing any better. The same way that you report every week, every day, the statistics on COVID-19 cases. You need to report, a detailed report. This amount of people asking for food assistance, this amount of people, they ask for unemployment, COVID relief fund. We are not getting any of that. So it leaves the public in a position where there are no answers. So then we have to speculate. So what is going on? Is it corruption?
Member, are we digressing your
No, I'm
from
not.
your
I'm
public
talking about the
concerns?
state of emergency response, Madam Speaker. That was my matter
Of which you already had asked 3
national
questions
importance.
earlier in the day.
Excuse me?
You had already asked 3 questions earlier in the day
But that does
related
not
to
preclude
same.
me from speaking on a matter of national importance, Madam Speaker.
Except that we're not supposed to repeat what has been dealt with before.
Noted, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
The urgently needed COVID unemployment fund has been abolished in face of continued mass unemployment due to the closed economy. Thus people are left with nowhere to turn to, and the government has completely abandoned its state of emergency responsibilities to provide safety nets for all. The COVID-19 state of emergency requires the PUP government to not only protect against the spread of the deadly disease, but to protect against the spread of hunger and mental illness caused by the curfews and restrictions on the economy, Madam Speaker. The PUP government must strike a critical balance to guarantee the mental, financial, and basic welfare of the citizenry who are prevented from their constitutional rights to work and move freely due to this COVID-19 state of emergency. The continued inaction of this PUP administration to adequately address the social assistance aspect of this COVID-19 state of emergency is deplorable, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
If I may seek some clarification, sorry, just before you proceed. I'm not rising to speak just yet, Madam Speaker. You have said that we're using Standing Order 13, and I just want to seek clarification, Madam Speaker. Is it that you're saying, or is it your understanding of what this is saying, that ministers may also speak?
May reply. And a minister, any matter of public concern may be raised by any member, and a minister may reply.
But so, by any member, that also includes a minister? Because in 14, where they don't wish for a member to be determined, to be classified, or a minister to be classified as a member, it explicitly says a member other than a minister. So if that is the case, should we interpret 13 to mean that ministers may also get up and another minister may reply? And also, Madam Speaker, how is it that we're classifying ministers of state? Because I've seen ministers of state get up and speak as well. So I just want to be clear, Madam, so that we can know what to expect. I suspect that Standing Order 13, which allows us to raise, as you pointed out, any matter of public concern, ought to be utilized by members who don't have the power and of being in the cabinet, and then you get a minister to respond. What we're seeing is members of the government side who are ministers of state and who are a part of the governing party get up and they don't really have matters of concern. They want to grandstand. And this really
I think I understand.
I'm just asking, Madam Speaker, for clarification.
No, may I address the member's query? So on Standing Order 13.2, it's clear that any member, that any matter of public concern may be raised by any member. It doesn't qualify. And a minister may reply. It goes into that after time, which we had discussed, I believe, at the last meeting. So the interpretation I've had after consultation with the parliamentary clerks, who have been here for quite some time, is that we are following these rules. I will say to you, as I think I've mentioned, indeed that the standing orders do need to be revisited. It has been unclear, not just for this parliament, but for previous parliaments, and it allows for abuse. So it is in the purview, if you will, or remit of the chair to do his or her best to ensure that we don't abuse the standing order. The more specific standing order members, as most of you, if not all of you, should be familiar with, would be Standing Order 14, where it is very clear that it is a definite matter of urgent public importance. It qualifies who can raise it, who can respond, but more importantly, defines the time or the notice required to bring it to the House. So far in these 3 sessions, inaugural I won't count, in these 2 sessions of the House, that has not been employed. So we're on Standing Order 13. And my parameters for Standing Order 13 has not changed from the last meeting. One matter of public concern. If I deem that it is not, and you are, although I will give, I'm not as strict as some people would put me out to be. I can be a bit lenient. But if it goes overboard, then I would have to ask that you sit so that we can move on. Is that clear?
Yes, Madam Speaker, but can I add, I just want to ask you to make some clarity. Since I think I've been in the House the longest than anybody else in here right now, the convention has been is that ministers that are in charge of a portfolio do not get up to speak at the adjournment, so that then those that do not have a portfolio can then get up to speak. The practice has been before is that everybody in government goes into cabinet. We have decided that we have to follow the law, that only 2/3 of the elected members can be in cabinet. The ministers of state are not in cabinet. Unlike the previous government, which was actually illegal, it was unconstitutional, that's what the Attorney General explained to us. The previous government then, the Prime Minister then, used to give a number of responsibilities to a minister. Like to give them different portfolios, and then the Minister of State, then he would turn around and say, but your Minister of State is going to be in charge of immigration, although you're the substantive minister. Now, that is unconstitutional. And maybe we should have challenged it in court from the beginning, but we never did. The Attorney General was very clear and explained to us that we cannot do that because it is unconstitutional. So what we have done is that whereas we have ministers of state, they are not members of cabinet. So it is only right to allow them to have an opportunity to get up and to speak on any matter of national importance. And you are right that they can only get up and speak on one matter, both the opposition and the ministers of state. I hope that will clarify what the leader of the opposition was asking.
I'm guided by the Prime Minister's information. I certainly did not understand that to be the case, and so I understand that.
It's a teachable moment, members. One thing I think we can all agree, the standing orders comprehensively do need to be revisited. I do believe we had member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to respond to the issue of national importance that was raised by the member of Mesopotamia. I believe it is an issue that they had taken up in their first press conference regarding the legality of the curfew. As you know, member and members of the other side, the curfew is nothing new. It was under your last administration as well. You may have done it a certain way by imposing a state of emergency, which saw the arrest of some 100 or so citizens from the south side of Belize City. We don't find it necessary at this point in time to be imposing a state of emergency. And that is why I mentioned that the Public Health Act, if I may read from that, which also allows for the DHS to present regulations, and it states at 83(1), the Director of Health Services may from time to time make regulations to be observed whether any part of Belize appears to be threatened with or is affected by any infectious disease. I'm not giving you any new information today, member for MESOP. We are going through a pandemic, a COVID crisis pandemic, which is an infectious disease. So it falls under this section, and it states that the DHS can do so, E, for guarding against the spread of disease by notice and such other means as he or she shall see expedient. So the regulations that are currently in place, the statutory instrument, comes from the Public Health Act. So it's not under any other quarantine regulations, it falls under this act. There is no requirement under the Public Health Act for there to be a state of emergency. So I just want to make that clear. I don't know who, and I asked that question before, who has been giving you legal advice. None of you on that side are attorneys, but if it is any of the attorneys that represented your previous government that cost us $500 million against Ashcroft for the BTL case, or any other matter like the UHS case, I think you all need to revisit who your attorney should be. You all need to revisit that, because clearly you have not been getting good legal advice. And I find it very disturbing, member, that you would bring up such an issue like this, considering the drastic decrease in the number of cases that we have seen. And so while the rest of Belize is rejoicing because we have brought down the cases, you on the other side are complaining that we have such stringent measures in place. No, you were complaining about the curfew and the freedom of movement. You said that that is your problem. You should have picked an issue, which is why, madam, I'm addressing the first issue you raised. You raised many other issues after that. The first issue you raised was about the curfew. Did you not have a curfew? Did you not have a curfew? We also have a curfew, and it worked well over the Christmas holidays. When you all left office, we were some 5,000, 6,000 cases of positive COVID in our country. Today we're at 298, and we must commend the Ministry of Health. That's what you should be doing, man. It's terribly disturbing that you're coming here attacking when people are feeling appreciative. The country appreciates we're not having people dying outside of the KHMH.
Member, this is not how this section is to work.
So all I'm saying, member, revisit, get some better legal advice. It is there clearly stated in the Public Health Act that where we have the curfew. That's all, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize member for Port Loyola.
I on a matter of national interest to the residents of Port Layola, specifically access to land. Madam Speaker, I would like you to allow me to refer to my notes. Madam Speaker, I would like you to allow me to refer to my notes. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on your appointment as Speaker of the House. I'm confident that you will do an excellent job in your new post. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to say many thanks to the residents of Port Layola, particularly all my campaigners who have given me the opportunity to serve in this honorable post. And Madam Speaker, I'm humbled by the trust and confidence they've placed in me. Madam Speaker, the residents of Port Layola elected me to do my best to address their needs to my presence in this honorable house. And some of those needs include access to land, proper housing, jobs, and educational opportunity. Madam Speaker, I will focus mainly on the issue of landlessness in the division. Madam Speaker, the last UDP government said it was pro-poor, but their action shows that they were totally the opposite of that. Madam Speaker, the Belizean people were therefore right when they threw the UDP out of office with a massive 26-5 defeat on November the 11th. Madam Speaker, we all know that access to land is one of the best ways for people to uplift themselves. With land, people can build their own homes. With land, people can use the money that they were paying for rent for other needs of their families. And with access to land, people can take their land documents to a financial institution to secure a loan for healthcare, access to education, or even to open a small business for the benefit of their family. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry about that. It is therefore very disturbing that despite a yearly budget of over $1.3 billion, over $500 million from Petro-Caribbean, and over $400 million from oil, the previous government did absolutely nothing to address the landless situation of the residents of Port Layola and other poor Belizeans in this country. Madam Speaker, the truth is that despite so many millions of dollars at their disposal, the UDP did everything to keep the residents of Port Layola landless and dependent on their area representative for weekly assistance to survive. That was a huge injustice to the people of Port Layola, and for that, the UDP should apologize. Madam Speaker, during their 12 years in government, the UDP literally told the residents of Port Layola and other divisions that they could not have access to land because no government land was available, and that government did not have the funds to purchase land from private landowners for them. Madam Speaker, but what they really meant to tell the people was that government land and land purchased from private landowners with taxpayers' money was not for ordinary Belizeans, but only for themselves, their families, and their cronies. That is what they meant to tell the people, Your Honor, Madam Speaker. This greed for land by members of the previous government, by any means, at any cost, and any inconvenience to ordinary Belizeans, was borne out. It was borne out countless times. Madam Speaker, you have Port Layola housing for the poor. That's a compassionate sounding name, Madam Speaker. However, Madam Speaker, shortly after the 2008 general election, the persons who control Port Layola housing for the poor acquired prime land at mile 2.5 on the George Price Highway, several acres that stretch all the way from the highway way back to the seaside. And Madam Speaker, since the land was acquired in the name of Port Loyola Housing for the Poor, you would think that the land would really go to poor people. And therefore, Madam Speaker, if at the time you had placed a bet that those lands would go to poor people, you would have lost your bet, Madam Speaker. Because the persons who control Port Loyola Housing for the Poor are selfish and inconsiderate, gravalicious persons. Madam Speaker, after acquiring that land, they acquired the title for it. And not a single poor person from Port Loyola, not a single poor person from Port Loyola acquired even one lot out of the property that was acquired by Port Loyola Housing for the Poor at a very generous rate. Madam Speaker, that large tract of land, as I said, it extends from the George Price Highway all the way back to the sea. Madam Speaker, as I said, out of the over 500 prime lots there, not one was given to the residents of Loyola. But it gets worse than that, Madam Speaker. The UDP land grabbers in Port Loyola, they need to realize that it's time for the people in Port Loyola to have access to land. And that will happen under this government, regardless of whoever tried to undermine those efforts. Madam Speaker, I will relate one of the most shameful, heartless cases of land grabbing by the UDP in Port Loyola, for which I have documented proof. Madam Speaker, on July the 2nd last year, using a person's name fraudulently, they went to the land department and they applied for a lease for a portion of land that could give 8 lots. They applied for the lease, they applied for direct purchase the 2nd of July. And the same 2nd of July, the very same day, they were given a purchase price of $1,000. $1,000 for 8 lots. And the following day, the fictitious person went to the land department and they paid the $1,000 for the fictitious lot. And then 4 days later, on the 6th of July, again the fictitious person applied for title for the land. Madam Speaker, that is a shame. $1,000 for 8 lots that were filled at the expense of the government of Belize. Madam Speaker, such an offer should have been made to ordinary Belizeans in this country, ordinary Belizeans in Port Loyola, those who are on the minimum wage or those who just catch and kill. Imagine influential person, bigwig in the UDP, securing 8 fill lots for $1,000 and boxing out the ordinary people. So Madam Speaker, when they come to this house and they complain and they cry how much they love the Belizean people, it is the farthest thing from the truth, because by their actions they have done everything to gobble up land for themselves at the expense of land for ordinary Belizeans. Madam Speaker, there's also a case in Port Loyola where lands that are fully government owned, 100% government owned, lands that are 100% government owned, I, as the air representative for the division, has been trying my best to make those lands available for the people, for the residents of Port Loyola. And therefore I have a message that I would like members of the opposition to take to the former air representative for Port Loyola. And that is this: whenever there is a change of government, the previous air representative, the previous air representative has no controlance, particularly when his government is voted out like himself, has no controlance over government lands in the division. And that is an important statement, Madam Speaker, because when the last PUP representative for Port Loyola was not re-elected, and the previous representative was re-elected, the then new representative had all rights over the lands in that era that were started, that were obtained by the previous representative. And so today, that is the same reality. And so I want to say to the residents of Port Loyola, don't be misled by the former representative into believing that because he was the representative or because he has bestowed upon himself the title of King of Port Loyola, that he still has the authority to go around the division and say who will have access to government land and who won't have access to government land, because that is totally false. Madam Speaker, in closing, I will say that it has been difficult or challenging to provide land for the residents of Port Loyola at a pace we would like for a number of reasons. One, the previous government left the country broke. That's a fact. Secondly, due to COVID, which had nothing to do with the previous government leaving the country broke, due to COVID, tourism and many other businesses have been doing bad. And therefore, the government revenue has decreased by almost 30%. But I want to assure the Belizean people that this government is committed to addressing the land situation for the residents of Port Loyola, and we will make sure we get that done. As a final point, Your Honor, Madam Speaker, sorry about that. As a final point, Madam Speaker, I want to say that if there is any contract, or if there is any agreement with the Land Department, any attempt to purchase land from the Land Department, that should be cancelled. It should be that one in Port Loyola in which a fake person is attempting to acquire almost eight field lots for the meager price of $1,000, which works out to only $125 per field lot. And so, Madam Speaker, I assure the residents of Port Loyola that as soon as the economy turns around, we will redouble our efforts to deliver on our promise of land for the landless people in the division, because they deserve nothing less. Thank you.
I recognize the opposition member.
Madam Speaker, I suspect from the mechanism that indeed then a minister could answer, his minister is not there to answer him. But Madam Speaker, I wish to speak on a matter of public concern, and I will try not to take the meeting any longer than it has to be, but this is of serious concerns for the Belizean public sector. And I hope that the Prime Minister, who is Minister of Finance, and the person who holds primarily the answer to this concern will, of course, give us some kind of information on this matter. That is the matter of the salaries of public servants. So, Madam Speaker, we saw this morning where there was a document that came out from the Better Business Bureau, I think it was. At least it's alleged to come from the Better Business Bureau, that highlighted that there were consultations, and we do know that there are consultations happening now between the government and various stakeholder groups about how to be informed, or how informing about the new upcoming budget presentation for 2021-2022. But in that document, Madam Speaker, which is alleged, as I'll put it again, to come from the Better Business Bureau, there is talk about a 15% cut in the salaries of public servants. In fact, Madam Speaker, there are other rumors floating around, so to speak, that the cut may be as high as 20% or 30% for the public servants. There is talk about reforming the pension scheme as well and doing drastic changes that will affect the finances of people in this country. Now, I want to beg, Madam Speaker, for the Prime Minister to give us, in plain English and band manners, if we have to know all the grandstanding and pontificating. He gave an interview, I gathered this morning downstairs, about and I think the Cabinet Secretary made a release to suggest that the letter that was circulating was false, and that in fact there's no such thing happening. But I wondered if he would care to put it on the record in this House that the public servants are not going to receive that kind of cut. In his interview, he did mention, Madam Speaker, that there is a $500 million hole to fill. And so we definitely want to know. And you know, Madam Speaker, it is election time. He might not want to tell people the truth. I know he can, as we've seen them demonstrate over and over, they play the blame game. Oh, the UDP is to blame, the UDP is to blame. But the truth of the matter is, public servants are now worried. And the best that you can do is, in fact, tell them or give them some kind of heads up so that they know what is to come. So I implore the Prime Minister to do that. In addition, though, Madam Speaker, let me place on record from the opposition side how dismayed we are at my count, after getting all reports, is that this government has now fired 563 persons and counting. They spoke about retrenchment, Madam Speaker, about the UDP. They married that word to the UDP. For those who believe that it's an astronomical number, think about the transport department alone, 80 gone in a one day upon George Price holiday. 563 people. When retrenchment happened years ago, they like to bring that back. It was about 800 or 900 workers. This government, within a matter of 3 months, is well on the way of retrenching the public service. And what we suspect now, except that they probably will not own up to it before the election, is that they will have to slash seriously the salaries of public servants in this country. The Prime Minister has been very not forthcoming, Madam Speaker, and we hope that his response to me today may be all fake. The BB, Better Business Bureau, BBB, may be way off. And I'd hope that he can respond as well about the pension scheme and what plans are there and what kinds of discussions are going on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really want to be nice to you now. But you are the guys that created this problem. Let me finish one. I never did interrupt you. You guys caused this problem. I have said it to you and I've said it to the nation. You all are leaving a $500 million gap in the budget that we have to address one way or another. The revenues are down. The revenues are down by more than $300 million. Your Prime Minister said that he is going to borrow and borrow and borrow till he can't borrow anymore. And when he reached the point when he can't borrow anymore, he called the election. He was the very one that said, what? I can't talk French. But he said, what? You put the finger in the dam. So when he leaves, to the dam, to everybody else, because the dam broke, was open. He knew and you all knew what was coming. You all did not want to address the problem because you all were not bold enough to do what you had to do. How you're going to address? Now, where on earth you going to have 556 persons that are fired? Stop the invent numbers, man. Stop the tech numbers just to try to sound. I did not interrupt you. That's the problem. If you're not listening or leave it, you're not learning, man. I'm trying to school you. You study education. I do business. And I'm a successful one at that. So listen. You are the very one who stood on this side of the house and boasted that you may fire them poor school wardens when you get into the government. You may boast about it. We don't boast about firing anybody. It was your prime minister that got up on TV and said, damn everybody else to the winner the spoils. We are not boasting anything about winner spoils. We try to see how we could best manage the situation. Don't be a hypocrite, man. Don't be a hypocrite. We are doing some serious consultations. We met the Deputy Minister of Finance, the CEO from the Prime Minister's office, and the Financial Secretary along with myself. We met with members from the Chamber of Commerce and to the Business Bureau. And we showed them the numbers, we showed them the facts. And we said to them, okay, you tell us what we have to do. What do we need to do? That is consultations. So that then you all can propose to us, and then based on the consultations that we have with everybody, then we know what corrective actions we have to take. We never said that. Our side has never given any kind of numbers as to what you have to do. That is why we're consulting. We want to hear what these different groups are going to say. We're going to meet with the social partners, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Public Service. They are going to meet with the public service and the teachers, the union. And they are going to make the very same presentation that we did with one blank sheet, and let us see how we're going to address the situation. One thing I could tell you, that we are not UDP. We don't believe in a retrenchment. We are not retrenching. We don't believe in retrenchment. We believe in trying to find how best we could address what is in front of us. It is only the Guardian. That's why nobody believes the Guardian. You know, when you come with simple things like that, or 20% cuts, where or not you get this information? Where you get this? It's certainly not from this side. Maybe that is what they try to do to frighten the public service. Again, we are in a time of crisis. You all should rise up to the occasion and act like leaders, act like statesmen and women, to say we are in a crisis and we are prepared to be a part of solving the problem, instead of creating more problem, creating more uncertainty. Until you all mature.
Prime Minister.
Until you all mature, people will start to listen to us. Madam Speaker, this crisis, we never created it. We inherited it from those on the other side. Now we need to cry foul. We're going to fix it. But don't expect us to fix it in 90 days. You wrecked this economy over 12 years. And so there has to be sacrifices. We have to find how we are going to plug this $500 billion hole that you all left us with. $500 million hole. That's the deficit that you left to the Belizean people. Now all of us together will have to address it, and I hope that you all are going to be mature enough to join us to find how we could address this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.